All right, let's hit the go live. Then we'll have to copy paste a bunch of places. All right, let's hit the go. All right, we have the right mic. What up, everybody? Just gonna let people gather. Let people gather. So today we have the ODM land battle tournament. They try to host every weekend. Best of 3 land battles, etc., etc. Pretty straightforward. So I'm playing it. We'll cast it. Logic might be casting this one. It's a little up in the air on that. He has a GGX versus DBD clan war thing today. So he might show up. He might not. I don't know. If he does show up and he wants to cast like the finals and stuff, I'll just promote that stream and head off because I have a bunch of stuff to do today. But if he's not around, then I will cast this all the way through. So we'll just see. One way or the other, this will get cast all the way through. It's just whether or not you guys have to transfer over to him for the end. Where else to post this stuff? There we go. I think it's posted everywhere. So, today, looks like we have 17 people or 15. Yeah, that's right. When somebody gets a buy, it's 15, right? 7 times 2 is 14, then 15. Okay. Marco Magno. Oh, I remember he did surprisingly well last ODM tourney. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Bowmore, green one. Bowman, Virax, me, Swarv, Victor, Moore. Amalgamation of letters. Strat game, Azrael erased Black Knight and Urian. Haven't heard of Urian either. 2 tournament favorites and a dark horse. Let's go with Strat game and green one for tournament favorites, and dark horse we'll go with Bowman. Sure. Fuck it. Sure. All right. Works for me. I have to find Swarv. I can go do that. What up, David? How you doing? All right. Host battle. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's make sure we're in Ultra Funds, and then what's the lobby? Summer Song. Okay. I'm top of bracket, so I have to pick first. Okay. Global, ban, VC. We have to do all of our picks and bans before the first game. So that's the ODM style. So there'll be a bit of a wait for the first game, and then it should go pretty fast. Oh yeah, my name is super fucking long. Just go human boy. Seems fine. Ban Cathay. VC and Cathay are banned. Okay. Skaven, ban Zinch, and Warriors of Chaos. This game one I'll be playing my Scavinos. Glad I'm first pick, because the second map is Vulture Ridge, which is pretty bad for Skaven, so I don't really want to play them there. And then Troll Run is okay, but betting on your best pick to be in game 3 is ballsy. So better just get it out game 1. Oi. Oi. Waiting on Swarv to pick. Dark Elves. Okay, Skaven Dark Elves for game 1. Behind the blocker, I'll start setting up my army for game 1, but we need to do picks and bans for all 3. It's a cold one. Thinking I might switch it up a little bit. Might do something a little different. That could be good. Yeah, that could be good. Okay, but what to do with that? Lizardmen ban Tzeentch and Tomb Kings for game 2. Okay. What up, Spartan? Lizardmen ban Tzeentch and Tomb Kings for round 2. Dark Elves, probably. And then for game 3, what is it? Player 1, pick 2. Okay, so I have to pick 2, he picks 3, I pick 2, he picks 1. Guy versus Skaven, what a fun matchup. It is pretty common these days. I will agree to that. Sorry, thinking through some stuff. Swarv's ready for game 1, but we gotta do all of our picks, our pickerinos. Let's try something like that. Switching up the build just a little bit. Norska Empire, Warriors of Chaos. Empire, Tzeentch. No, Empire is VP. What up, Black Knight? How you doing? Our global ban, do we tell you? No. The global ban isn't secret. You do that per opponent. The blind picks you send to Hanadans. Wood Elves? Okay. Norska Empire, Warriors of Chaos, or Wood Elves. And I have to go High Elves, Norska Empire, or Vampire Coast. Alright, I sent in my blind. Does it stick with us all tourney? No, it's best of 3 per best of 3. Also, it's not my tourney. I'm just casting it. It's the ODM tourney. What up, Moore? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Dark Elves Skaven game 1. Dark Elves Lizardmen game 2. Game 3 is a blind pick. And I've already sent in my blind pick. But for now, it is a secret. Let's go. I have a build I like in this matchup a lot. Though after that build lost to Dragon Malekith pretty much soloing my entire army. I almost killed him at the very, very start of the game, but he escaped. He cast 3 Soul Stealers. He got up to full HP, and then I lost. I switched up a little bit to maybe better deal with the dragon, but let's see if it weakens the build overall. All right. So I traded out the Avalanche Mortars for another Globe and a Giselle. Though for a little bit of the money that I needed to cut 1 Skaven Slave and downgrade a couple others, but that is fine. That is fine. What's your range? 275? Okay, so if 275 just reaches the edge of the map, I should be okay. But then they can't really see anything, and they're right next to my Warp Lightning Cannon, which is bad. Can move the Warp Lightning Cannon a little bit. But overall, it's not great. So 275, just touching the white line means I have a little bit of space here, so I can put like 1 Skaven Slave Spear here, and that's got to be the edge of my formation for white line reasons. So that's the edge of my formation. Did I put guard mode on? I did not. All of you get together. Guard mode. Then we'll make some little globes. I'm going to have to advance right away, because I want this like bump position. I don't want to deploy behind the bump, because then I can't see over it. But obviously I don't want my globes this close to the front line. Like, you know, because I'd have to deploy my Skaven Slaves inside of them. Which sucks and blows, but just means I'm going to have to advance as soon as the game starts. There you are. Well, I'll have my spears in the back. Might as well have Skaven slaves up front. Okay. Clan rats on the side. So you're gonna go there. You're gonna go there. You're gonna go there. Okay. Cool. Do have my double brood horror Lord and Hero to prevent them from just straight up dying to Soul Stealer. We have some rat ogres. So right now our formation is way tighter than we want it to be, but as soon as the game starts, I'm going to take these front 4 Skaven Slaves, run them forward, move the globes up a little bit too, and spread out, but can't do that just yet. Okay, so the slaves I need to move up. I'm going to group all of you. There we go. Is it a new pick system? It's not new for ODM, it's what they've been doing for a while. Malekith carry incoming like last time. That's why I tried to switch it up. I'm bringing the Warp Block Engineer for Howling Warp Gale. I brought the Natty Boob with Sharpshooters for a little more damage on him. So, we're trying. You guys all move up. Warp Lightning Cannon, shoot Malekith. He is on his cold one. Interesting. We have shades to go deal with. I'm gonna throw this out for the minus leadership and minus melee attack just to be annoying. Okay, we shot a lot of shades. Malekith's taking some damage. We are terror routing off those things. We do have Harvesters coming in. Those are Doomfire Warlocks, but they aren't the ROR, so they don't get fancy stuff. Hey, Josiah's move. Buff up these Rat Ogres to help me out here. How are we doing? We're doing good. And the Molder Blob is doing very well. What was that? Soul Blight. Oh, it's from the thingies. Okay. Just trying to kill a bunch of stuff. You guys come this way. But overall, big Soul Stealer is landing on our head. We're not terribly shocked about that. Just have another Warp Lightning for this blob. Blobby blob blob. And then I will also hit them with some globes. Okay, those globes are probably toast. You Rat Ogres, come over here and help me out before you get too mucked. You guys go over here and do this. Warlock Engineer needs to run away. And these globes are getting messed up, so these Rat Ogres can try to help, but it's very, very difficult. Go, Globies, go! Cast abilities. Rat Ogres, go over here. Shit. Ah, Rampage, fuck. Okay, a lot of stuff's getting run off the map. You come with me. Any good Warp Lightning targets? The Shades. Okay, let's beat up the Chill of Sontar, I guess, since we're here. Okay, we're still trying to kill that thing. Jezzails are back, Jezzails are dead. Okay, we're still trying to kill Malekith out here. Someday, we'll get to kill that guy. Alright, chuck it there to lower everybody's everything. But it's looking pretty bad at this point. Malekith just won't fucking die. Even when surrounded by Rat Ogres and Packmasters and everything, he just won't fucking die. And yeah, we've already lost. Oh, fuck Soul Stealer, dude. Fuck it, I hate that spell so much. If Malekith can just sit in Armor Piercing, Monstrous Infantry all game, and he's just fine. Such bullshit, dude. I guess this matchup's just unwinnable as long as Soul Stealer's in the state it's in. Yeah, 2,100 even off of his dragon. Fucking broken ass Malekith. What up? Do you ever use Death Globes? I hear the explosion damage rework. They're insane in Game 3. I haven't honestly tried them. Poison Wind Globes are quite good. I could give them a shot someday. For now, Jezzails and Warp Lightning Cannon struggle to get any value because of a million Doomfire Warlocks. It felt like there were a million, but I guess just 2, and then 2 Dark Riders. Malekith, 2,200 value, easy, even though I had him surrounded since the start of the game. Oh my god, I hate Malekith. I hate him. See Human Boys having fun? Yeah. No, it's just Soul Stealer, dude. It's just Soul Stealer. If you run into an individual named ODM Loopy and he tells you Soul Stealer is not that strong, don't believe him, kids. He's a liar. Don't believe him. Soul Stealer's fucking busted. I hate it. I hate it a bunch. It's game 2, Dark Elves Lizardmen. Okie dokie. But with those, then I'm out of money. You know, if I don't have any money, how can I beat the lizard things? What do I cut those? And I could get these if I had 100 gold, which I can get by downgrading those. Is that a good idea? Sure. Yeah, sure. It's probably too much of a certain thing, but I haven't played a lot of Dark Elves recently, so I'm a little out of practice. I feel like Dark Elves are assuming you'll bring expensive, fragile, ranged assets. You're prioritizing speeds versus AP. Is it worth using Storm Vermin as a blind counter? I used to use Storm Vermin in Game 2 a little bit, but the problem is the threats from Dark Elves in Game 2 were cavalry and infantry, and the threats from Dark Elves in Game 3 are cavalry and Malekith or Malice. And the problem with Malekith or Malice is they can kill infinite Storm Vermin in the late game. So I need something to kill Malekith or Malice and the Cav. And Storm Vermin are only good at killing infantry. So the infantry stopped being a threat. So the Storm Vermin stopped being a reliable answer, in my opinion. Could be wrong. It's just my opinion. But yeah, don't know what to do. I honestly might have to just start banning Dark Elves as Skaven because it just feels so fucking hopeless, dude.
Battle ready.
Alrighty. So we went with a pretty standard pike and shot build. Dark Shards are great AP versus dinosaurs. Bleak Swords are a fine frontline. They'll lose to Saurus, but they'll lose slowly. And I can shoot them with Dark Shards the whole time. Golden Knights, Dark Riders for the flanks. Seem pretty standard. Took Malekith on his big Dragon, because I'm down a game, so I should probably use the best Lord option. Triple Scourge on a Chariot. Also should be fine, probably. I'm gonna turn off Fire at Will and just have them use their ammo what I want them to use it on. I don't know. It's a straightforward build. Should hopefully be good. But I'll find a way to lose, don't you worry. Boop, boop, boop.
Malekith. The true king. Misery for all.
Alrighty. So little outnumbered. Looks like we have some skinks and stuff. Saurus. A life Slaanesh with dwellers below. More skinks way off in the distance. There's a Rev Crystal. Okay.
Dark Shards. The merciless host. Moving out.
Merciless host with the merciless most.
Rookie forward. Advancing. As you say, make them bleed. Chariots, bloody murder. Advance, Rookie. For the king. Onward. Forward. Advancing. Dealers in death. Nagarothi.
Okay, that is a lot of stuff over there. So you guys are gonna have to come with me.
Chariots.
Come with me.
Battle.
As we just attempt to roll over this side. I don't need a soul stealer yet. I will use the gaze of mouse to make this go a little faster though.
Carnage awaits. Onwards to murder. Advance, Druki.
You guys go be chariots for a little bit.
Blood for Cain. Carnage awaits. Cold ones. Pull back. We are ready. Carnage awaits.
Oh, okay, these are those horned one guys. Gotcha.
Attend me.
Gotcha. I don't need the healing yet.
Dealers in death.
Oh, I got charged by
To them.
horned ones while I wasn't looking. That's annoying.
The merciless host. Advancing. Onward. Carnage awaits.
Need to buy myself a little bit of space. Malekith's back up in the sky. Let's go snipe out ourselves a Slan.
No survivors. Pull back. Merciless warriors. Slay them. Going. We understand.
All shall suffer.
Back. Kill everything. Die, weaklings. Advance.
Dark shards are still trying to
No
get
survivors.
value here.
Eager
Looks like that's the
for
dwellers
battle.
below, but it's mostly on chariots, so shouldn't do that much
Blood
damage.
will flow.
Hopefully. Malekith somehow lost his attack orders onto a Slan like 2 seconds into fighting it, which is pretty fun and cool.
Murder awaits.
There we go. Malekith is really not getting damage on this Slan though.
Murder awaits. Onwards to murder. Chariots.
I am dead. I
There you go, buddy.
annihilate them.
Are you seriously struggling? What are you doing walking sideways with a Slan? The fuck, dude?
Cold-blooded killers.
Alright.
Orders understood. On. Moving out. Onward.
Slaughter them. Carnage.
Dodge a little bit. Dodge a little bit.
Pull back. Die, weaklings.
Things are looking pretty bad.
Slaughter them.
Cold One Knights underperformed.
Hear my words.
Unfortunately, Malekith ran sideways when I really needed him to kill a Slan,
Destruction awaits.
and we're just having an overall pretty rough time.
Chariots. Moving
Chariots are
out.
going to kill that Rev Crystal nicely,
Druki.
though I have run out of
Forward.
units to tank stuff for me, so my Dark Shards are starting to take a little bit.
Merciless warriors. Make them bleed. Chariots. Following orders. Die, weaklings.
Malekith is really struggling to kill this one Slan. Good God.
Attack.
Just kill the Slan, man. Just kill the Slan.
Murder awaits.
Alright, if this chariot can get out with models... Nope, can't move.
Rookie. Cold-blooded killers. Forward.
Alright, so there are horned ones nearby. Run away. I thought I told you to fire at will back on, but I apparently just thought about that, so continue running away. You are still not getting that Slan somehow!
We are ready.
God damn it, dude. Stop dropping attack orders, please, Malekith.
Advance. Rookie.
Alright, you guys are still trying to run. You guys are trying to do whatever you can.
I lust for slaughter.
Where did the Slan go? There he is.
Dark elves. To destruction. My blade hungers.
Killeth.
Nagarothi. Murder awaits. Forward.
You guys are firing, right?
Moving out. Battle ready. Kill everything.
Okay. Can you find the Slan finally, buddy? Can you find the Slan finally, buddy? Oh, wow. You got a good hit on the Slan there, good buddy. Oh, wow. Very good of you to finally hit the Slan.
Advancing. The merciless host.
Merciless host with the merciless most.
Understood. Chariots. Glorious destruction. End them. Going.
They're seriously not gonna rout? For real? Malekith got... Not Malekith. Slan got away again.
Attend me.
Merciless warriors. With pleasure.
Forward. The destroyer hungers.
Advancing on to slaughter.
Go, Scourge Runners, go! I got rid of one horned one.
Onwards to murder.
Malekith's doing a little bit of a T pose.
Chariots! Dookie, forward!
Suffering for all!
Back! Die, weaklings! Carnage awaits!
Malekith! Moving out! Kada!
Eager for battle!
Okay, we'll land on the Rev Crystal. Army losses is coming in though. There it is. Oh, God. God damn it, dude. I fucking hate this game sometimes. Malekith, 2,500, but he couldn't carry the game on his own. Dark Shards were a bad idea without much front line because he just Sora spammed at me. And that was that. Sag. God, I fucking hate Dark Elves, man. Malekith on a stupid little Velociraptor could still 1v a million my entire Skaven army. But then when I pick Malekith, he just walks sideways next to a Salon like a big dumbass. Golden Knight's underperforming really as a new one? Yeah. One of them got charged by Horned Ones. Like, it's not like I didn't make mistakes. It just annoys me that, like, my mistakes were punished, but anything I felt like was a good play, I couldn't get rewarded because of jank and bullshit. Like, here, this sucks. Cold Knight's getting charged by Horned Ones while I wasn't paying attention. Boom, rear charged, and then that's a lot of damage. So then I'm like, well, this isn't going well. I really need to get this Slan. Loses attack orders. Then he goes back after the Slan. And he just starts walking with him. And he starts sideways walking with him. And he's sideways walking with him. Walking with him, sideways, just walk away. Then I have to give him different orders, so. That was the thing that pissed me off. Is that the Slan mildly walking away from me means Malekith just can't land any hits on him at all. Which it just feels so fucking random, dude. I don't know. Because I was like, why didn't he just do this thing? Your videos. Straight Gatling gun. Wait, hold on. How far back was this shit? There was a dragons are working as intended. Dragons are hitting different? Yeah, this one. Like, look at this dragon infinite charge attacking the Hydra, and you're like, man, I wish Malekith had done that to that Slan here.
Serious, bruh? Bruh, you serious? Serious? Serious, bruh? Bruh? What is happening?
Oh, okay, he's
Bruh,
deposing, hold on.
fights are very intimidating. Bruh, better leave.
Holy shit, YouTube!
Okay, when
All
you're
right,
done,
this.
charge attack. What? You're done charging. You've already charged. Stop charging. Huh? Huh? What's that? What's that? What's that? Charge attack. Please stop charge attacking me. Just attack like a normal person. Charge attack. You can't keep using the same animation. Huh? Huh, bruh? Bruh? What, bruh? Charge attack. You need to at least, like, miss one time. Just miss, like, one time. What's that? Charge attack? Charge attack? Please stop charge attacking me. Just let me go home. I'm so sorry.
See, well, like, why could I get that shit? Why could I get that shit? Ah, I hate this game. That's it, I'm done. Stream over. Fuck this shit. God damn it, dude. Not winnable. I mean, you did jump into Saurus Warriors. It feels like he got distracted by infantry quite a lot. He did, but he also dropped attack orders 2 different times, and he walked sideways for a bit. I don't know what you want me to do there. You blame the Cold Ones for bad management? Cold Ones underperform in several situations, Cyrus, but alright. Slans are way tankier than you would think. Yeah, Cyrus, I know that. I know how tanky Slans are, Cyrus. The problem wasn't the Slan's health pool. The problem was Malekith walking sideways and never triggering an attack. It was not how tanky the Slan was. Slan hitboxes are also janky, yeah. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating to lose to jank. Because if I had been able to snipe out that fucking Slan, I would have prevented a Dwellers Below and a couple of Earthbloods and lowered the Lizardmen leadership. And then Malekith, my big asset piece, could have been running around the map doing more stuff. But instead, I was just doubling and tripling and quadrupling down, chasing down the Slan that I could never damage or really kill in any form. And it just fucking sucks. Because Malekith's like 3,000 gold. So it's like a quarter of my army doing nothing while chasing down a Slan forever. So we land on the Slan, miss. And then this is what I was talking about, Cyrus. It's not like him being tanky, but I was standing in my own troops and I lost my attack order. And then I land on him, get a couple attacks. And I start waddling, walking sideways, waddling. And then I just have to leave him because I see Malekith slipping and sliding, but... He did not get the infinite charge attack. Instead, he just waddled forever. I agreed with what you said afterwards. I agreed with that. The last thing I see from you is because Slans are way tankier than you would think. Cyrus. But he went on a picnic, yeah. So it just sucks. The build also wasn't great. I shouldn't have had 3 Dark Shards because infantry spam just walked past my front line, as you saw. So it wasn't like all Malekith, but it's very frustrating to lose when you feel like there was just janky bullshit. I'm also still frustrated that game 1, like, I literally just lost to Malekith because I surrounded him. Cyrus, if you weren't here for that, I surrounded the enemy Malekith in Rat Ogres. I gave them buffs. I surrounded him in 2 Brood Horrors. I was hitting him constantly, but he just kept Soul Stealing, healing up, and walking out of the things. And it's like, okay, that's cool. That's fine. I guess Malekith just gets to run around. I don't know. It's just, it's pent up annoyance of seeing Malekith Soul Stealing every game for 4 months? When did IE come out? Yeah, August, so 4 months. It's just 4 months of Malekith Soul Stealing. It's so annoying, and I'm over it. Sucks. Alright, we don't have a game to go to. We got nothing. ODM tournament? I don't know what this is, but we're joining it. Fuck it. It's Bowman and Vrex. Okay. I'll ask Bowman what's the score is. I'm so fucking pissed, dude. You have no idea. I hate this game. I hate it. I'm done. This is the last stream ever. War Wagons and Halberd spam? Yeah, I didn't have the Empire, though. I had Skaven. Which I have a pretty good anti-Malice Darkblade build with Skaven, but Malekith alone has rolled over it and then an iteration of it, so I don't know. I don't know if I should keep working on that matchup and come up with a build for Malekith, but it just feels hopeless. But yeah. In the Lizardmen versus Dark Elf game, it was... My right flank entirely collapsed because I didn't have enough infantry, so it was a meh build. And then mismanaged some Cold One Knights, so they got charged for free. And then the Malekith jank, but the other 2 things were bigger problems. Like the build is for sure the biggest problem. Was just like, oh, 5 Bleak Swords versus, what did he have? 4, 3, 3? Something like 5 Bleak Swords versus 10 infantry. He just walked at my archers, and then my archers couldn't shoot. And if my archers couldn't shoot, then they were wasted gold. And when they could shoot, they were honestly doing way less damage than I would have thought. Like, they just were not... There was that time where I bought them time by charging in with my Scourge Runners, charging out, charging in with Scourge Runners, charging out. I was buying my Dark Shards some time. And they were firing into that blob and just really not getting value for some reason. I don't know if they were missing. I don't know if the Scourge Runners were knocking over models, so then the arrows were shooting at models that were knocked down. I don't know. But the Dark Shards just weren't getting anything done, so then in hindsight, they proved to be worthless. So I could have cut them, got some more Bleak Swords or Dread Spears or something. So those would be good build improvements. I guess if you have triple Scourge Runners, those are maybe enough to take out any dinosaurs that the Dark Shards are for. I don't know. Yeah. So build is the biggest problem. A couple misplays were minor problems, but it is just frustrating when it feels like you can, you know, because these are also my frustrations from recently where I got knocked out of something. I think it was the For Fun. Yeah, it was the For Fun 10 Global Bands NA tournament. I got knocked out of that by Malekith. No, it was Umbrella's Friday Night Fights. That was it. Umbrella's Friday Night Fights, I got knocked out because I felt like I outplayed the Dark Elf player, and Malekith got routed immediately, but he walked out of a surround of Rat Ogres, which is like, dragons do that, that's fine. But he walked out with barely any health, came back, Soul Stealered like 6 or 7 times. He ended up with a full health bar and not even heal capped, and then he solo carried against my entire army, got like 4,000, 500,000 value. So I'm like, all right, I fucked up the build and I fucked up this thing, but at least I have Malekith to solo carry for me. And then my Malekith's like, what if I walk sideways next to a Slann instead of solo carrying the game for you? And I'm like, why can other players make mistakes and Malekith will carry them, and I can make mistakes and my Malekith walks fucking sideways next to a Slann? So that's the frustration. I was like, I fucked up a lot of shit, but I still have Malekith. Malekith's like, nah, bro. I'm high as fuck right now. God damn it. One Frenchie and one wrong Frenchie. Guess who is who? What up, Hanadins? Same amount of pissed as I was Friday? I'm probably not that pissed. What up, Hanadins? Rattling Gunners and Howling Warp Gale. Ad Mortem, I have tried that. Rattling Gunners are horrifically inaccurate right now. I was surprised you had no spears. Or Dark Shards mainly against this SEs, but they never got to shoot them. It was a Warhammer 2 build. I haven't played a lot of Dark Elves in Warhammer 3 because they're normally overpowered, and I don't usually play overpowered factions, but I was tryharding today. The Dark Shards are good at cleaning out Saurus while your frontline holds. They're good at shooting Cold One spam. They're good at shooting Mazda Mundi on Zlok, but it's an obsolete build, clearly. The Dark Shards didn't feel like they did a lot. And Scourge Run Chariots do a lot of work in Game 3, so I didn't need them. It was just outdated. Malekith getting Last Samurai by Arties and Ogres, and then coming back and still carrying with something. Yeah. Alright. So Bowman versus Vivarax. This is game 2. Bowman is up 1-0. And he's on Cathay. We do have Crane Gunners, a Grand Cannon, 3 Jade Warrior Crossbows, all with shields, 1 Iron Hail Gunner, a front line of Jade Warriors, a secondary line of Peasant Long Spears, 2 Jade Lancers, the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin Arawar Longmas, and we do have Dragonblooded Shugi Lord of Yin with Talons of Night and Storm of Shadows. On the other side, for the Empire, Balthasar Gelt with Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, plus the Staff of Volans and Arcane Conduit, a front line of Swordsmen. We do have some Free Company Militia, the Silver Bullets, more Free Company Militia, some Reichsguard. Is it 4? Yeah, 4 Reichsguard. Then we do have a single double. Ooh, double Hellstorm Rocket Battery, neither of which is the Sunmaker, interestingly enough. And they are nice here. The cannon, I wonder if Bowman knew what map this was, because the cannon's going to have a hard time seeing over this cliff, while the Hellstorm Rocket Batteries, they have the same firing arc-ish as a mortar, so they'll fire up and over. Is it possible to avoid Malekith and just try to army loss him like Vlad and Sigvald? You can try, but he's not a dragon, so he can normally pick his fights. But then again, if you're a Slann, you can just walk, and he'll apparently never be able to attack you. But if you're a Hydra, he can infinitely cycle. He can infinitely get his charge animation, because dragons are random, and I hate it, and I hate everything. And I'm going to focus on this game right now. That's currently lagging, so never mind. We have more time. I hate it! I hate it! How do I get my dragon to infinite charge attack? That would be nice. That would be nice. That stupid frog bitch on his frog bitch floating chair would be dead, My Malekith could hit him, but no, he can waddle away, and I turn sideways as my fucking defense mechanism. I'm like, oh, you walk away? Well, I'll just turn sideways and frog walk to make fun of you. And while Malekith is trying to style on kids, I guess I'll just lose the fucking game. Okay. Anyway. Do have a bit of a lag. Hellstorm rocket batteries proving their advantage in angle of fire. And also they're pretty good against box formations because of their wild inaccuracy, but in a box formation, things are usually so tightly packed together that you'll get some collateral damage. And for anybody who's gonna get mad at me, it's humor. Calm down. It's humorous. That during a lag spike, I thought I would just go over the top. It's not. It's gonna be okay. All right, Dragonblooded Shugi Lord. What did she just do? I thought she was casting something, but I guess not. Anyway, Plague of Rust, Overcast on her, takes her down to 10 armor. That would have been really tough to stand in front of the Free Company Militia, so she is going to back off. Looks like she didn't quite get a Talons of Night out or whatever she was trying to do there. Hellstorm Rocket Batteries doing a real number on the Cathay box. They've already almost taken out Jade Warrior Crossman and to get about half health off the Iron Hail Gunner and Jade Warrior that are unfortunate enough to be nearby. Army lost in Sigvald can be hard too. It can be. Rage against the dying of light. Rage against the darkness of the night. Against the sliding of the toad bug. Yeah. That was pretty funny. It was nice to see Horned Ones doing well for once, though. That was pretty cool. Overcasted Searing Doom. It's been a while since I talked about it, but I really think undercasting Searing Doom is the way to go. I think it does more damage. Like, in practice, it does more damage than Overcast, and it costs less Wounds Magic, and it doesn't risk doing damage to your caster. I generally don't think Overcasting is worth it. Big Talons of Night. It looks like that was Overcast, judging by the amount of damage it's doing to the Silver Bullets. And even some Swordsmen are trying to retreat through it, so that was a really, really good cast for Bowman. And he's still advancing. I'm very concerned about Bowman's build, though. With 4 Reiksguard running around, you'll have an extremely hard time protecting any of your backline. And then without your backline, Jade Warriors are not enough to carry the entire game for you. So I am very concerned. This could be a big play. Could, if the Righteous Lances are able to land on Balthasar and get a bunch of damage out. Now, they will get countercharged by Reiksguard. They will have Free Company Militia shooting them in the back, so it seems risky. But overall, I actually think this Cathay build is in a lot of trouble. I would pretty heavily favor Vivarax, but I could be wrong. It just feels like the Empire has too many advantages with the 2 build setups that we have, right? Because Cathay is going to win the frontline fight, for sure. And they would even win the mid-range fight with, like, Jade Warrior Crossbows versus Free Company Militia. But they're taking so much damage to get into the mid-range fight that soon they'll start to actually just lose it. But here's what we talked about. The Righteous Lance of Wage-In do land on Balthasar Gelt, and they are getting good damage down onto him. But they are getting shot for their efforts. Now they get countercharged by Reiksguard. They're actually taking a lot less damage than I would have thought on the downhill charge, but okay. Other side, Jade Lancers will try and hold off these 2 Reiksguard for as long as they can. Vivarax should take one of them and just walk around. The other one can beat the Jade Lancer alone, but regardless, that should be over soon-ish. Hellstorm Rocket Batteries, when they're not the Sunmaker, actually have a shitload of ammo. So they're still 2/3, 3/4 actually, 3/4 apiece. Now, one problem could be that the Righteous Lances could just get an attack order to come swoop-de-whoop and end the Empire's whole day. Take out both of the Hellstorm Rocket Batteries before the Reiksguard could ever even get over here. So that might be a dangerous thing if Bowman realizes how exposed those Hellstorm Rocket Batteries are. Vivarax is taking one of his Reiksguard out of the fight with the Jade Lancers. It could go take out the cannon. It could go take out the Crane Gunners. It's really up to him what he wants to do. Do people just default to overcasting a lot of spells? Yeah, especially Spirit Leech is one of the ones I also don't think is worth overcasting in most situations. It's like, because all it does is increase the range. It's the only times you want to overcast it is if there's significant danger of you getting in range of something. And I feel like some people just default overcast Spirit Leech when they could like wait 1 second and let their horse caster run into range and then do it. Yeah. But it's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen people do that. That was really big at the end of Warhammer 2, where I was just like, nah, why are you overcasting this? All right, the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin do land on these 2 Free Company Militia. Now, Free Company Militia are a hybrid unit. They will still lose to the Righteous Lances in melee, don't get me wrong, but they'll do a little bit better than I think people would expect. Meanwhile, Jade Warrior crossbows have finally gotten in range, and they are firing down to help out the Righteous Lances. And I expect a big Talons of Night is probably coming in soon from this Shugi Lord of Yin. I've only seen her cast 1 and then a Storm of the Night or whatever, which does not a lot of Winds of Magic, so she probably has an Overcast Talon soon-ish. Hellstorm Rock Battery still fine. Silver Bullets are back. Looks like they will also fire at the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. And the Reichsguard are going for the cannon. Boo! Rest in peace, those Reichsguard. They tried. Damn, that cannon did half the HP of those Reichsguard as they charged into it. But it will do good no more. Jade Lancers are getting bodied by Reichsguard, as you would imagine. On the other side, Reichsguard are actually not doing so, although it looks like there has been a little bit of spear support on that end. Back here, this lady still fighting strong. Only 10 seconds have passed since we last looked at her, though, so, you know. It's not like this is taking forever, but... Again, I think if there is a Talons of Night pretty soon, that could be actually a pretty good play for Cathay. Cathay is behind on the balance of power, and I would tend to agree. For now, as the cannon is shut down with all of its ammunition, we might see that balance of power get even worse for Cathay very quickly. Hellstorm Rock Batteries are both firing at the Crane Gunners. This might be an overcommitment, since a Reichsguard here could pretty easily outmaneuver these spears and go whee and take out the entire unit on their own. Hellstorm Rock Batteries should probably focus on something else. That being said, there isn't a lot of good targets for it at the moment due to the angle of its attack. There's the Talons of Night we mentioned before, though nice job from Vivarax to dodge that. With the Reichsguard, Spearmen will still die, but unfortunately that is what Spearmen are wont to do. Cannons pushed off. Hellstorm Rock Battery have almost killed the Crane Gunners too. Can the Empire frontline hold, though, is the question. You see a lot of swordsmen are blinking, dying off, and then it'll be Jade Warriors just walking up on all your ranged pieces, and that'll be bad. People just overcast that to snipe the artillery pieces. Searing Doom? No, Searing Doom overcast is really bad against artillery. Undercast is great. Because it's like, it doesn't feel like it's that much more damage for the overcast, but it's spread out over a much larger area. Whereas the undercast is focused, so it does more damage to the target you want it to. Just taking forever to shoot, even if they do, they'd miss. Target 20 minutes away. Yeah. Balthazar Gelt did get sniped out by something. Didn't quite see how he ended up in sort of fight. The Dragon Bloody Shugi Lord of Yin was surrounded by Reichsguard forever. And she took a lot of damage for sure, but I'm surprised she got to live at all. And Free Company Militias and handgunners were even trying to shoot at her and not really doing enough damage. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin coming into the back line, probably going to rout off a lot of things, and this could be a real bad time for the Empires. They're about to lose their Lord and Caster. They're about to lose all of their ranged pressure, and that'll leave nothing to kill off the Jade Warriors. So I think Bowman might actually turn this around. Don't people just try to overcast sniper artillery pieces, Sir Groots? Sometimes. They also use it to spam down single entities. They also use it on cavalry and such. Yeah. Alright. I'm just gonna put Cyrus in timeout. I need a second. I need a breather. Alright, Gelt is off the map. Bounce power shifts back to the middle for Cathay. And from this point, they will probably sweep up quite easily. What are the Hellstorms trying to shoot? They're trying to shoot, ooh, a full health Jade Warrior. That would actually be pretty good if you could get 2 full volleys onto them at their current positioning. They would take a lot of damage. Reichsguard, catch those Jade Lancers. Though the cannons are trying to get back online. I'm here, everyone can stop panicking, Doomsage. I was panicking. For sure. I was doing all the big panics. Yeah, I don't really have that much left to say about this. I think it is just going to be a slow grind to death as the Cathay front line will walk forward and slowly kill off everything the Empire has. Maybe the Empire with 3 Reichsguards still on the field can do something? Maybe? What up, Bin Bang? How you doing? Alright, Vivarex has withdrawn. What the hell does balanced power like the Empire so much? 2 Hellstorm rocket batteries with a ton of ammunition. Yeah. But they weren't in a position where they could use all that ammunition before they were going to get shut down. The appearance of doom is usually the cause for panic. Yeah. Righteous Lances and the Lord did fine. Cannon did well, considering it's only 800 gold, I think, for the cost. There we go. Jade Warriors did fine. Gelt did not a lot, and then he got sniped out. Reichsguard did fine. Hellstorm Rock Batteries did well. Free Company Militia, yeah, they did good overall. Silver Bullets got Talons of Night right away. And the Empire State Troop frontline held for as long as it could. All right, GG. Bowmore versus the green one. That could be fun. I'll message the green one to let us in. I see Cyrus got timed out. Yeah, he was just being too negative. And I'm really not in the mood for it at the moment. Because I'm like... I lost round 1, but in a really annoying fashion. Like, both of my games had really annoying aspects to them. So I'm just, like, not in the mood. And he was being negative, like, 4 or 5 times in a row. And I'm just like, okay, I just don't... Not in the headspace for it at the moment. I'm just trying to get over the round 1 loss. Do Empire Knights win versus Jade Lancers in a straight up fight? I think aren't their start cards, yes. Their stat cards are like literally the exact same, right? Not replays, sorry, that was Force of Habit. Skirmish versus AI. Empire 26, 30, 30. 26, 28, 30. So Jade Lancers have less armor, less leadership, less melee defense, higher charge bonus, and then they do have battle harmony, though I doubt they will get the yin-yang harmony bonus out in the middle of nowhere. So on paper, I would think Empire Knights would win, but they would win so slightly that I hardly think you would notice. It's pretty much even trade. Boom versus the green one. 1, 2, 3. Get the blocker up. This should be a fresh series, so it should be 0-0. Bowmore. And the green one. Did the green one make it to the finals last week in the ODM land battle tournament, or did he make it to the semifinals? I forget. I remember he made it far, I just don't remember how far. Also, for some reason my camera keeps auto-adjusting me to be in the shadows. Don't know what that's about. Does that help? No, not really. Camera, why are you doing that? Because you like, look at the camera. It's like bright now. And then if I move a certain way, it decides to auto dim. Oh, it's the thing behind me. The window behind me is bright, so Okay, I'll try to make sure I stand in the way of that. Yeah. Bomar doesn't have a point, though. That's a lie. Go away. They win without Harmony? Wow. Even though they have worse stats? That's interesting. It's probably the window? Yeah. With Harmony, it's a close trade. Without. Oh yeah, with Harmony, definitely they would win. Harmony's a huge stat buff, but it's just like, I doubt they'll get Harmony because there's no source of Yang Harmony that's mobile at all. So you would have to be fighting near Peasant Archers or something, which just isn't likely for Cav. Like, it could happen, but it isn't likely that a full health Empire Knight will charge a full health Jade Lancer next to some archers. Took ages due to low AP values. Groots, those were Reichsguard, but yeah, that is exactly the point. Reichsguard are even better than Empire Knights, and it took forever for them to win that fight. War races are still a little power crept against them outside of VC, for sure. For sure. The Shugi Lords are weird. On their longbow mounts, they are very tanky, and I actually don't fully understand why. They have pretty good melee stats, don't get me wrong. But hold on, I actually want to check something. They have pretty good stats, but it feels like if like Pegasus caster got surrounded by Cav, they would die a lot faster than a Shugi Lord on a thingy. So high health. 36, 28. Jesus Christ. Shugi Lords are so good. Holy shit. So a Dragon-Blooded Shugenin Lord of Yang on foot has 5540 for melee stats. A High Elf Archmage has 3628. Wow, those are better stats. Shugi Lords are tough. Reichsguard are not good at dealing damage, so no surprise. Yeah. Better charge bonus and melee attack, but that's about it. They have the same melee attack, I think, from my comparison we did on the thingy. Castle Lords, could they get Kemmler's Cloak item as well so they can become ethereal? Well, you mean the ethereal physical resist, not the frostbite and 100% armor piercing. Kislev versus Norska balanced then? Honestly, yeah. Like, I think you were just memeing with, like, the Kislev looks like a Warhammer 1 race, but yeah, Kislev and Norska are both pretty middle tier. Yeah, Kislev frontline can hold for a long time. They have a backline of archers with spears, so if skin wolves or something or dogs flank, they'll be okay, largely. Their lord options are pretty good for dealing with Norska. Yeah, Kislev Norska is probably a fine matchup. Still, if you don't have magic attacks, they can just be in combat and be fine. Yeah. So Bomar versus the green one, we got Slaanesh versus Skaven. There are multiple ways to play this. We did have a successful game against Slaanesh last time with some Gutter Runner and Night Runner combined kite with Rat Ogres and Gorich. There's also the Yumi build, which is a Deadly Storm Vermin box with overlapping AoE blasts. It does not look like the green one is going for either, though I will let him set up before I do more because I can't keep track of where he's moving his units. The other side, Bomar's already set up. We have triple Demonettes of Slaanesh, Devoted Marauders with spears and swords mixed throughout the front line, 2 Chaos Spawn of Slaanesh, 1 Hellstrider, 2 Marauder Horsemen, and then we have, stop moving around, Herald of Slaanesh of Shadows with Melkoths and Pit of Shades. We have a Chaos Fury Summon and the Locus of Grace. Okay. And then we have a Cultist of Slaanesh with a Demonette Summon. Huh. Okay. 3 summons is going to be pretty powerful, right? You'll have 2 Furies and a Demonette Summon. That could be very annoying for this Skaven to withstand. We'll have to see. It's not my favorite Slaanesh build, but I don't hate it. I think the Demonettes are probably going to be very underwhelming. I wonder if Bomar brought them in case of the Storm Vermin box. I wonder, because against a traditional Skaven build, Demonettes, like non-Exalted Demonettes, are going to struggle. For the Skaven side, we do have 4 Skaven Slaves, some Clanarts with spears on the side. We have 2 Night Runners in the middle of the formation, 4 Rat Ogres spread throughout. We do have the Arwar, Death Globe Mortars, Avalanche Mortars. We have Ix's Triads plus the other Eshin Triads. And then for Hero Core, we do have Double Chieftain on a Bonebreaker and a Gracier of Ruin with the Dreaded 13th, Death Frenzy, Warp Lightning, as well as being on his belt. Let's see how this goes. Looking at the Skaven build, I am concerned. I think the traditional Slaanesh build that would lose the Yumi box would do very well here. The 4 Hellstriders and like Marauder spam, that sort of thing. But yeah, it's okay. I think it's largely on the 2 Chieftains, though he might have brought those for Sigvald, and now Sigvald isn't here, so then it might look a little less powerful than it actually is because they're here for something that isn't. This is a fine Skaven build. I'm curious about what the Eshin Triads are for, because their Armor Sundering, Armor Piercing is kind of wasted versus Slaanesh. I guess they're just stocked spear infantry that maybe Slaanesh won't see coming, but even then, they only have 20 armor, so Hellstriders will get a crazy charge onto them and do a lot of damage, unless you have your charge reflection set up facing the correct direction, so... I don't know, I'm nervous. I'm nervous about the Skaven build. I'm a little nervous about the Slaanesh build, because they have 2,400 gold and Demonettes, and no Storm Vermin to fight, but we'll have to see. Avalanche Mortars get charged by the Furies, but they run away from the direction of the charge into their own clan with spears, and the Fury Summon is going to instantly crumble away, but it was just a summon. Meanwhile, the Double Chieftains are going to run out. They will now get surrounded by Spawn. Now they can pull back to their front line. All right, nice. Nice, nice, nice. And the Death Globes are once again firing on the Marauder front line. Cool, cool. Doing a little bit of friendly fire damage to those Skaven Slaves. Just a little bit. Just a touch. Teensy bit. A tad. Gracier of Ruin wandering around, trying to stay safe. Meanwhile, the Chieftain and Bonebreakers have split up. One is trying to hold the front line. The other is surrounded by Chaos Spawn, currently getting his ass kicked a little bit. We'll have to see how that goes in the long term. Cultist Slaanesh is advancing forward. It looks like his summon is probably ready, and he just wants to throw it directly onto the Avalanche Mortars and kill them off instantly, which is a good plan. Now, the Demonettes have gotten to the front line without being nuked down by various globes. That is huge, because now they can really do a lot of work. Demonettes are strong melee combatants. All of their weaknesses stem from not being able to get to the fight before they die with 5 armor and no shields. That was kind of funny. A little rampage from the Slaanesh army passive gets the Avalanche Mortars to walk right into these Night Runners, and then a 2-for-1 Pit of Shades does a lot of damage. Cultist of Slaanesh is going to rout off before he gets his summon out, it appears, so goodbye you. Hopefully you rally in the distance and get your summon off later in the game, because if not, then that is a huge loss. Meanwhile, the Herald of Slaanesh of Shadows is stuck fighting a Chieftain, who's currently whooping her ass like nobody's business. She does need to run away. Marauder Horseman, yeah, there it is. Narcissism, nice net, plus the Marauder Horseman trying to throw at him, though it does look like they're just for literally no reason not gonna throw. And that's rather disappointing. Okay, sucks to suck for Bowmore there. Wow, he is having a tough go with these Marauder Horsemen, just not throwing at anything. Demonettes fighting the Ixchus Triads are going to get Warp Lightning, does a ton of damage to them. Cult is still routing, Chaos Spawn still fighting. And Skaven are up pretty heavily on the balance of power. Second Fury Summon is out. It is going to chase the Avalanche Mortars around. But the Double Chieftains still rampaging, still doing just fine. Plenty of health on those bad boys. One is kicking the shit out of this Herald of Slaanesh. Just really destroying her. Locus of Grace popped on her to give her 79 melee defense. It doesn't seem to matter as this Chieftain just hits every single attack. And he is just going to chase her down. Probably swing again. Another Pit of Shades. Onto the retreating Avalanche Mortars plus some Night Runners, but without the ammunition that might not have been the best Pit of Shades. Looks like Bowmore's trying to rampage this Chieftain to get it away from the Herald, but I don't know. She might just want to run towards these Spawn and Spears and sit in those. Cultist is back. His summon is probably available. That could be key in the late game. I am getting a little worried about what's going to kill these Chieftains. I guess you have Marauder Horsemen, but these guys are just refusing to throw. What is happening? All right, I don't know what's going on with Bowmore's Marauder Horsemen, but that's 2 different times I've seen them just refuse to throw. I'm getting very concerned. It's going to be very difficult for Slaanesh to win if there's skirmish cav, don't skirmish, or cav. All right, Marauder Horseman going to run over and take care of the Avalanche Mortars once and for all. The Demonette summon is out. It is going to help kill off some random things. The bounce power is coming a little closer to the middle, but it's mostly these Chieftains and the Gracier that need to be dealt with. The rest of the Skaven lines are breaking and running. There's one healthy Rat Ogre. Everything else is a moot point, but a huge Dreaded 13th cast. Doesn't do as much damage as it did in Warhammer 2, so I got a little overexcited there. It still does good damage and throws another Halberd into the mix. Both the Slaanesh heroes are trying to get away from the Double Chieftains, but it looks like they are on the hunt and getting in each other's way, so they don't quite get a charge off. Marauder Horsemen trying to throw, trying to throw, trying to throw. They're getting their spears out. They're trying to throw. They're trying to throw. They're trying to throw. They're gonna do it. Don't you worry. They're gonna throw. Don't you worry. They're gonna throw. Don't you worry. They're gonna throw. When they do, it's gonna be incredible. Holy shit, they did. You guys are being silly right now. All right. Big pick attempt onto the Grey Seer of Ruin. He is stuck with Narcissism, so he can't move, but he can still do his attack animation, which sends the Herald flying. The Cultist is also getting good damage down. The Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh all rear charge this area. They're trying to support their last few Chaos Spawn, trying to cause a mass rout at Skaven, but it doesn't look like it's going to work. A Stormvermin Halberd summon is a summon, and it will fade eventually as they cause one of the Chieftains to rampage. A Warp Lightning cast on itself will get the Grey Seer out of danger with the Marauder Horsemen. If we have any Hellstriders around, they would do really good work, but I think they are all dead and gone at this point. More Marauder Horsemen come back in as the Chieftain 2v1 fights against the Herald of Slaanesh, who does have... Ooh, she did... Yep, Locus of Grace is active, giving her 79 melee defense, and it gives 79 also to the Cultist, so they should do okay here for now. As Triads are running in, Stormvermin Halberd summon has faded away. Balance power gets a little bit better, again, without that giant summon. More Marauders come back to the fight. Marauder Horsemen are still here, are still throwing, I think. They're trying. Is that a Pit of Shades? Yeah, another Pit of Shades. Another Pit of Shades out, and a Warp Lightning just takes out everything that isn't a single entity or the Rat Ogres here. But all the infantry died from a combined thing. Marauder Horsemen still throwing in. Chieftain's getting a little bit lower. Though the balance of power is favoring the Herald as having both first summons, which he definitely does not. So there's not actually that much left. Narcissism tries to keep that Chieftain in place for a couple volleys, but doesn't look like that is going to be the case. And there's just too many Skaven left. I think Slaanesh is doomed. Skaven versus Slaanesh matchup sounds really bad for Skaven on paper. Am I missing something? It is traditionally pretty bad for Skaven on paper. Yeah. There are some ways you can play it. I think not taking Sigvald or Azazel was a problem. Like, the Herald of Slaanesh is doing okay. But Sigvald and Azazel can do some serious work. I think the build from Bowmore was a little too friendly. Like, he didn't use enough of the OP units. Like, he had 1 Hellstrider instead of 4. I'm surprised at the lack of globes. Yeah. Heavy War Sleds are still okay. No, only light ones got nerfed really badly. Heavy War Sleds are still okay. Yeah. A little bit of kite as Slaanesh tries to get out their last couple volleys. Saving up for probably another Pit of Shades or something. Or do they have any rallying units they're trying to get together? Not really. Marauder Horsemen just chasing off stuff to charge up the Slaanesh army passive. Chieftains get back in the fight. Another Locus of Grace cast gives pretty good melee stats overall. Cultist and the Herald of Slaanesh getting bounced around. Death Frenzy onto this guy gives him 89 melee attack, and he will hit. He will probably rout that guy, and the Herald of Slaanesh is trying to get back involved, but it is just not going to be enough. Unless you can somehow kill the Gracier, then maybe there's a mass leadership route, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Looks like we have a Pit of Shades. Might do a little bit of friendly fire. Nope, Bowmore is able to get his Marauder Horseman out, though it is onto a Shattered Clan Rat. All of the Skaven infantry is going to run, but the 3 single entities that are still here should be enough to finish off the Herald, and without her, it will be army losses. A GG. There it is. There it is. Hey, you still have a bit of water. Herald of Slaanesh, 1858. Did okay. Spawn did fine. Demonettes, 250, 200-ish, and almost 600. They did struggle to get their value back, because I think they're an 800 gold unit apiece. Marauder Horsemen did well. The 1 Hellstrider did well. And basic Marauders did okay. They largely got dumpstered by big purple globes and spells. On the other side, the Gracier, 1400 value, 1414, also for the Chieftains. Rat Ogres did okay. Triads, Triads struggled to get their value. Purple Globes did well. Night Runners did well. Basic Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves did fine. But yeah, Hellstriders would have made very, very good combatants against those Chieftains. Imagine surrounding them. Pew pew. I dare say that Demonettes are somehow worse than War Dancers. Actually, yeah. Demonettes in general aren't very good. Exalted Demonettes can be good, but the Exalted Demonette ROR is very good. The more you pay for a unit that has Demonette in the name, the better it is. Basic Demonette's pretty bad. Exalted Demonette's fine. Exalted Demonette ROR, very good. They're going against box chaff, no armor, and no support for magic missiles. Yeah. Yeah, I think he took the Demonettes in case of Storm Vermin box. For show, for show. So, Rigitsko Smolsky advanced over Strat Game, more advanced over Victor. Those two are now fighting in the quarterfinals. Black Knight advanced over Urian. He is waiting for the winner of Azrael, Vestora, and Reist. Bowman and Swarv are fighting, and Bowmore and Greenwood are fighting. So, most of our quarterfinals are going. Just the one on the bottom waiting. Yeah. Regular Demonettes are bad, which is why you'd prefer Marathi to have more than those. She can't boost them at all either. I honestly didn't know Marathi got Demonettes. She got those in campaign. Is what you're talking about? Red lines and text in campaign need a revisit, probably. Probably. We have Corn versus Skaven, a very popular matchup these days. It feels rather even. A lot of ways both sides can play it. And I'm curious to see what these two do. On a very small map, I generally prefer at least 2 Rattling Gunners, 2 or 3 Globes. Just get rid of everything besides single entities and then slowly grind them down over time. Which gets them in campaign. Oh, I see. I mean, it's thematic, but yeah, it's not a great unit. As opposed to just blanket buffing VC. But we love blanket buffing VC. Always have, always will. Yeah, it looks like these two are still working on their builds. We felt VC are performing well, so let's cut 100 gold off the price of every VC Cav monster unit CA in 2.4. Oh, load it coming. Though it's going to be... Oh, God. The next patch is still a month away. Because they said no more patches in 2022. Bowmore's ready. I'm not salty about 2.2, still totally not. You mean 2.3 or 2.2? Because, yeah, the patch has been pretty bad. I'm just curious. What happened in 2.2 to draw your ire? Two 2.2 is when they slashed all the Chaos unit prices. Oh, did they? I don't even remember. What up, real human being? Glad you're still alive. Good to see you. Good to see you. The green one has been sitting on the same build with a 0 gold spend for a very long time, and I'm getting concerned that he has fallen off the face of the earth. I poked him, making sure he's still here. You know, after Warriors of Chaos and the Demon factions were just crushing the competition. The other Demon factions? Because I wouldn't say Nurgle and Khorne were crushing the competition. Looking dashing today? I am not, but thank you. All right, Bowmore's going with the Hell Pit Abomination, which I tried this in early Immortal Empires versus Demons of Chaos, and then versus, I think Slanesh, and it has not worked out. Hell Pit has felt really bad, but I have not played a ton of it. I tried it like 2 or 3 times. It felt terrible, and I gave up on it, so let's see. Let's see. I'm always down to watch somebody else try it. For me, the Hell Pit has been really janky about, like, if there is anyone around it at all, it won't swing. Like, if there is a single Skaven slave between it and a dragon, the dragon will hit it over the Skaven slave, but the Hell Pit will just T-pose, trying to, like, walk into that Skaven slave before it can ever swing. So I don't know. We'll see how it performs, but I've had some issues with the Hell Pits. Hell Pit wasn't even good in Game 2. True. And Censer Bearers. I have seen some replays of Censer Bearers versus Khorne. I'm not sold on it yet, but I understand the motive. Magic damage, armor piercing. They have ITP because of frenzy, I think. They have some physical resist, I believe. Anyway, their main point is that their super low armor makes them weak to wind spells of any kind, but since Khorne doesn't have any, I guess that's the thinking. Like, I kind of see the logic. I'm still not super sold. I think their 25 melee defense really hurts them as a unit. But, you know, we'll see. Seen a couple replays of it. They do all right. I would assume healing buffed hell pits. They will mostly heal cap every game, unless they just die and get their rat submerge thing. But I don't know. Not swinging or not doing anything that just means it's this big like sponge you can largely ignore until late game. Also, it's like its regeneration is weak to fire damage, which Khorne has a lot of on their lord, on all their skirmish cav. So it could be a spooky time for the Hell Pit. For Bowmore's build, to withstand Khorne, we do have 2 Skaven Slave Slingers. I think they're very good in this matchup. They always get their value back if you throw that Fleshhounds or Minotaurs or anything like that. 2 Poisonwind Globes is also pretty solid. We have a Hell Pit Abomination, a Grey Seer of Ruin with Warp Lightning and the Dreaded 13th. We have triple Rat Ogres, looks like just 3. Then a front line of Clan Rats, Clan Rat Spears, Clan Rats, Clan Rat Spears, and 2 Plague Monk Sensibears in the backfield. Thought there was a hero. There he is. A little assassin that could. Rivalhide Talisman and Assassin's Trophy. These have proven to be really good versus Khorne, because Khorne relies so heavily on having jacked up melee attack stats, and if you can nerf those by 40 and by 24, you can really slow down Khorne, and Khorne does not want a slow game at all. He benefits nothing from the game lasting longer. On the other side, very effective build from Green One, it looks like. 6 dogs, 2 of which are Fleshhounds, 4 of which are Chaos Warhounds. Dogs, the dogs of Khorne especially, are very, 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 very good against Skaven. We do have 1 Chaos Fury. That'll probably die rather swiftly, but oh well. 2 Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, 1 Minotaurs of Khorne. We have an Exalted Bloodthirster up in the sky with only Burning Rage. Weird. I never see that ability. We'll have to see how it goes. And we have the Bloodbrute Behemoth. Almost no infantry for the Skaven to punish, just all dogs and Minotaurs and stuff. Bloodbrute's interesting. Exalted Bloodthirster's interesting. I generally think Valkia is just the best lord versus Skaven, hands down. You could save some money there. Bloodbrute, I don't know how he's going to do. We'll have to see. But, yeah. I mean, having no infantry is fine versus Skaven. They're just going to kill them instantly anyway, so why have them? Demon units aren't often armored. Yeah. Alright. Exalted Bloodthirster lands. Exalted Bloodthirster is getting hit with a whole bunch of globes and slinger fire. His 90 armor is trying to save him, but his health pool isn't that crazy large. He's taking a lot of damage. Now he's just fighting spears and Sensibears. Meanwhile, the Bloodbrute Behemoth dives in as well, trying to distract some things, and the dogs are coming. Fleshhounds are going to get a rear charge on these Plague Monk Sensibears. That'll do pretty good damage to them over time. And there's the first of the 3 explosions. It did alright damage, so good for you, little Bloodthirster. Good for you. Skaven are feeling solid so far. Khorne's going to have to do something to save their big pal. The Gorgon is currently tearing through some Rat Ogres. No, those are Minotaurs tearing through the Rat Ogres. Bloodbrute's over here just trying to fight Globes and the Assassin. Dogs and Furies continue to pour in. Are these Fleshhounds? No, Chaos Warhounds get a charge on these Rat Ogres, and since the Clan Rat Spears are currently a little asleep, they will not come over just yet. Assassin throws down a Rivalhide Talisman to try and stop the Bloodbrute from beating him up. He is down to half HP, and a big Warp Lightning will hit some Furies and some Dogs. Doesn't do that much damage, unfortunately, for the Skaven. Furies fade away, dogs routing off. They did manage to kill a Rat Ogre, but they didn't get quite to the Globes, which is their main target. Bloodbrute Behemoth is still fighting. We're taking a lot of damage from the Slingers, and the Hell Pit Abomination is still chasing down the Bloodthirster, who has now dove onto the Grey Seer and fails to attack the Grey Seer, and then kind of T-poses around for a little bit. Now he is staggering. He's going to get rear charged by the Hell Pit Abomination. Yeah. Alrighty. Khorne is down about 2-1 in the damage value. They are trying to route some things off. They've routed off one Slinger. Routed off a Rat Ogre. But 2 Globes are still alive. 1 Slinger is still alive. Hellpit's running around in the middle. Assassin is okay. Gracier is healthy. And Khorne's looking a lot worse for wear. They're about to lose their other Fury. Chaos Warhounds and Fleshhounds trying to finish off these Plague Bears. Plague Monk Sensiberes, to be correct. And I'm concerned. I'm concerned. I don't think Khorne has it left in him to kill everything off. Gorgon tries to fight the Assassin, but he just knocks him over instead of dealing any damage, and Assassin is going to just walk out of here. The Hellpit is lurking in the background, not needing to do anything. He's done 200 damage value, but dogs will catch these caught-out spears. Terror routing them with the Exalted Bloodthirster help. The Exalted Bloodthirster and the Bloodbrute Behemoth still trying to kill this Assassin, but they are taking a lot of damage in the process. The Hellpit Abomination is here to fight. Minotaurs are back. They kind of get a stunted charge to the Rat Ogre, so that is not going to work out. They probably won't get their stat buffs. And the Hellpit is currently getting his ass kicked by 2 big Khornate monstrosities. Balance power is pretty heavily against Khorne, and I would tend to agree. And the Hellpit's taking a lot of damage. Bap, 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 bap. That Hellpit went from like full health to almost dead as it's just getting worked on by the Bloodbrute Behemoth and the Bloodthirster, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Bloodbrute Behemoth is going to die and get pushed off. Hellpit's got 1,300, yes, I wish it was 13,000. 1,300 value now. Still getting beat up. Fleshhounds of Khorne, these ones full HP. They were off chasing Rat Ogres or something, but they're back. Dog units are trying to get in. Both of these full health skirmish cav. I've just had a really hard time finding a home. But the Bloodthirster is just trying to finish off the Hellpit. Chaos Warhounds try to charge in, but they immediately terror out, so goodbye them. And it is looking all doomed for Khorne. Yeah. Shetland saying, why would you ever deploy in the middle? Why not deploy on the flank? You could. Depends on how you want the terrain to go. Oh, you're talking about like quick battle white line camping? Yeah. Yeah. Rat Ogres did fine. Hellpit Abomination did alright. Sense Bears did fine. Globes did well. Slingers did very, very well. Love Slingers in this matchup. For Khorne, Exalted Bloodthirster struggled to get his value back. Bloodbrute Behemoth did okay. Minotaurs got murdered. Skirmish Cav really got nothing done. Furies didn't get much done. And Dogs struggled as well. Khorne just got dumpstered by another box, yeah. I really think Valkia is the Lord here. Because she's 1,000 gold or more cheaper than the Exalted Bloodthirster. I think with Khorne you have to go cheap and wide. But wide with like chasing aspects or rush aspects, not like wide as in a whole bunch of Marauders and Chaos Warriors, because obviously you're going to get murdered, but I don't know. The last couple times I've seen Khorne try to go with like Exalted Bloodthirster, or we saw Scarbrand the other day. We've seen the Bloodbrute Behemoth. We've seen Soul Grinders. Like the more single target, big expensive things they have, the less they can pressure the overall field, and then they'll just get ground down. So I don't know. I think versus Skaven, you just like have to go Valkia. Grand Cathay versus Dark Elves last game. Oh, that'll be interesting. I actually haven't seen Dark Elves versus Grand Cathay. Maybe ever. Would Skull Cannons work? No. No. They're far too inaccurate. Skaven ranged is much better. I would take Valkia in pretty much every matchup as Khorne, yeah. Valkia just feels a lot better versus Skaven particularly. She does everything all the other Khorne Lords do versus Skaven, but better. What is going on with that round 1 matchup? Azrael, Vestora, and Race is taking an hour and 40 minutes. Tiebreaker started 10 minutes ago. That is a very long series. One hour and 40 minutes for best of 3. That's too long. Don't listen to Human Boy talking about Skull Cannon. I've watched a lot of your replays. The Skull Cannon does not seem particularly good. I know you keep taking it, but it does not seem that good. Skull Cannons are rather expensive, what they bring to the table, so it's definitely a Gambit. Nurgle Mirror into VC Warriors of Chaos? Maybe. I don't know what. Because that means an average game time of 35 minutes. I mean, I imagine not. I imagine Pick and Ban must have, for some reason, taken a long, long time, and like army builds must take a long, long time because there's obviously no way that like the in-game average time is 35 minutes. That's just insane. But yeah, I don't know what's going on down there. Azrael is the Tomb King's first pick, if I remember correctly. Can't wait for the dreaded series of 3 mirrors. VC, Warriors of Chaos, and Grand Cathay. I would wonder what people global banned in that aspect, but yeah. That would be a pretty fun... That would be a pretty great mirror series. They decided to play Dom instead of Land Battle, perhaps? Maybe. In all seriousness, they were lag issues last time I played Azrael. Could be that. I think the green one Azrael finals had the best of 5 had some lag stuff as well, and he had to drop from games a couple times. Human Boy, so you know I had a games with Skull Cannon at 3k value. That's cool. I haven't seen it. It's like, if I can't, if I haven't experienced something, that I'm not just going to assume it's good. I've seen Skull Cannons fail like 50 games. I've seen 10 games where they did okay, and I've never seen them do well. But if they work for you, then they work for you. Instead of playing some stupid rats. I mean, yeah. Rats are stupid. They can get beat by 1 spell. You can just take Soul Stealer. And it doesn't matter what you do. You can just Soul Steal your way to victory. Because fuck that spell. Because fuck that spell! Alright, we're in. We're in. Cathay versus Dark Elves for the final game of this best of 3. Bowman and Swarv are still fighting. Moore and Rigosmalski. It's just a series of consonants. And Moore fighting. Black Knight's still waiting for an opponent. I would normally go down and watch Black Knight versus his opponent, but it sounds like there might be lag issues down there that are causing it to be so slow, so I don't want to slow it down even further. Who's texting me? Korn is also getting wrecked by Dark Elves. The lore of Soulstone needs a rework so bad. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Are you saying an AoE Spirit Leech that can heal cap the caster even when the caster is on a dragon and you can't escape it? You don't have to be standing in it for it to deal damage to you throughout the entire duration. Are you saying that might be a little unbalanced? No, you're on drugs. You see Showen and Bladewind versus Dwarves and Cathay. Oh yeah. That doesn't mean Soul Stealer doesn't need a nerf though. The rest of Dark is balanced. Yeah, the rest of Dark is balanced. Or could use a little love. Word of Pain. I think Word of Pain is underrated, but again, you could take Soul Stealer, so why not? Doesn't matter if the caster's on a dragon. Well, dude, we've even seen Velociraptor Malekith 1v a million games. Because he can just walk in, and if anything tries to attack him, he Soul Stealers it, or just walks out of it anyway. I don't know. I'm just super depressed whenever I see Malekith now, because it's like, oh fuck, they won, GG. Unless, of course, he walks sideways. If he walks sideways, then he might actually lose. Alright, Dark Elf build looks like 3 Sisters of Slaughter, a front line of entirely black Arc Corsairs. Other than that, 2 Coldwind Knights, 1 Dark Rider. We do have Malice, Dark Blade, and a Sorceress of Death with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. 2 Dark Riders? No, a Dark Rider and a Harpy off in the distance for a flank. For Bowmore and Cathay, we have Crane Gunner, 1 Iron Hail Gunner, 2 Jade Warrior Crossmen unshielded, front line of Jade Warriors and Peasant Longspears, back line of Peasant Longspears and Jade Warriors / Peasant Horsemen. We do have Dragonblooded Shugi Lord of Yin up on her Longma mount with Towns of Night and Ancestral Warriors, plus the ROR Terracotta Sentinel, the Green Guardian. Soul Stealer needs a healing nerf. I feel it is an OP on regular casters, but the healing doesn't matter here. Yeah. I like Word of Pain, but then I bring the ROR Doomfires for both as bound spells. Did they ever fix Malekith's Chariot, the whole Soul Stealer thing, not healing him? I don't know. This one is very Chad builds, who knows? Yeah, green one is a Spice Lord. He takes weird things sometimes. Black Knight versus Raced. Raced did eventually advance. Good luck, Black Knight. Alrighty. We are off. Crane Gunners trying to get in range of Black Arc Corsairs or anything to shoot at, so they don't have to keep moving up if they don't want to. Yeah. Yeah. Army's getting into position a little bit. Coldwind Knights are going to be a little disappointed. They don't have a lot of good targets right now. There's like 1 Jade Lancer that they want to fight. Everything else, not really. Crane Gunner's tearing off on the Black Arc Corsairs. Of course, when I start eating, they finish. Yeah, Black Knight, that's the curse. That is the curse. For fuck's sake, dude, Cyrus, come on. Alright, whatever. Anyway. Malice Darkblade coming in and running away because the Green Guardian just walks up to him and he's like, nope, not fighting that today. Harpy's going to dive in on these Crane Gunners. We'll see how much damage they can do before the Jade Lancers rear charge them. The Jade Lancers, since they weren't landed, they couldn't actually issue an attack order yet, and there's just a little drop of micro. So the Crane Gunners are actually taking a ton of damage from these Harpies. And Malice charges in, the Green Guardian countercharges, but he has plenty of healing and he has transformation, so I actually think he will be fine in that position. Crane Gunners are gone. I'm actually a little concerned for Cathay, to be honest. Jade Warrior's already in combat with the Sisters of Slaughter. We'll see how that goes. But yeah. Harpies are about to get pushed off. Cav is pouring in from all sides. Looks like the box is trying to close now for Bowmore a little bit, but the Dark Riders are already inside. So they could hit these Jade Warrior Crossmen, they could hit the Iron Hail Gunners, really a lot of good targets for them. Blackguard Corsair is trying to get involved in the front line, and since the box is dissolved a little bit, you can see a lot of the front line actually doesn't have the Harmony buff right now, which is problematic for them, considering they're trying to fight Sisters of Slaughter and Blackguard Corsairs, so they definitely need the Harmony buff if they want to survive at all. Mal's still fighting away, just healing up slowly while he's sitting in Jade Warriors, and the Terracotta Sentinel is back. Huzzah, huzzah. But yeah, Cathay's box has been sundered. Crane Gunners are already gone. Iron Hail Gunners trying to find a place to really sit and shoot, and same with the Jade Warriors. What are these? Jade Warriors Halberds, where were they? Huh, missed them. I haven't seen Jade Warrior Halberd in a long time. I mean, they're fine. They're not gonna like crazy overperform or anything, but they're good. Anyway, Peasant Horsemen currently getting worked down by Dark Riders who are just trying to get into the box, and this back portion could fail very soon, and then that would be a problem with more Sisters of Slaughter walking in. There's really not a lot to stop them besides Peasant Long Spears. Special Long Spears can't stand up to them for very long at all. Like these Sisters of Slaughter that killed that Peasant Long Spear, and now they're in the middle. Dark Elves are pouring in. Cathay is running out of random chaff to stop them. Remember, the balance of power is factoring in all of these full ammunition bars for all the ranged units, so it's about whether or not they can shoot. As we saw earlier, ranged units that can't shoot do hold up a lot of bounce power, like that Empire game where 2 Hellstorm rocket batteries had a lot of ammo, and the bounce power was like, yeah, I think they got this, even though it was all falling apart for the Empire. Jade Lancers, is that a Fate of Buna? That is a Fate of Buna, really trying to take out the only heavy cav that Cathay brought to this game. She'll secure them a solid cavalry advantage. Meanwhile, the Long Milady is just chasing around the Sorceress of Death, really trying to take her out. Malice thinks about taking her on, but she does get into this guy before he can get there, so instead he will just fight Jade Warrior Crossman. The Jolly Green Giant decided to leave Malice alone. He's now running around trying to find another fight, since Malice, it appears, just kept avoiding him. And Bounce Power still really thinks Cathay is at an advantage here. I would disagree, but I guess I am just a big dumb dummy. Sentinels attack very slowly, so damage output is slow. Yep. I'm not a huge fan of Sentinels. There are certain builds where they're good, like very boxy builds, but in general, I think they are probably overcosted. Talons of Night onto some Sisters of Slaughter trying to advance. Caught a lot of them. It's doing pretty good damage. The other sisters have reached the Iron Hail Gunners. Dark Riders are now chasing down these Jade Warriors, so is Malice. Still, the balance of power is slightly Cathay favored, but if you really look around, everybody is quite tattered. There's a full health Colton Knight. Those could be useful for the Terracotta Sentinel later in the game. Could be. And another thing you have to remember is there's a full Tazarkan sitting behind that Malice. And Tazarkan can kill an awful lot of infantry with his explosions and bound, like, Soul Stealer type looking spell. I kind of hate Sentinels. I don't think they're very good. They're not very fun to interact with, but also I think when you have them, they feel a little overpriced unless you're in a very degenerate box build or you have tons of healing for them with Miao Yang. But in general, I don't take them when I'm Cathay. Sisters be whipping the Iron Hail girls. I mean, they are. Cathay is still getting chased around. We have some peasant long spears left. Let's take a real stock of Cathay's infantry. 2 healthy peasant long spears, and that's about it. Terracotta Sentinel still in there, bumping and grinding. Shugi Caster, she doesn't have any more summons, does she? No, it's just his Talons of Night. For the Dark Elves, most of their infantry are dead, mostly. Now, Sisters of Slaughter are super elite, so they have crazy high leadership and will fight almost to the very end. We do have a full health Cold One Knight, but I think Malice is going to be the main problem here, and Cathay finally starts falling behind on the balance of power, where I think they should have been for quite a while. Cathay has a lot more value, though. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Another Talons of Night, just trying to finish off these Sisters of Slaughter. Cold One Knights do go take out those Iron Hails that had rallied and were poking in for a little bit, but Dark Elves own the outsides of the formation. They're chasing off tons of things. Malice is slaughtering the Jolly Green Giant. Balance power is very in the Dark Elves' favor. They're still behind like 500 damage value, but that doesn't matter as much, because some of that damage value has been onto Malice, who's healed it up passively, and he has a whole second health bar, so it's very misleading. Cracking a green one open with the Cold Boys. That's a good meme, Grieven, but the Cold Boys aren't actually here. So it was also a lie. How dare you lie to this stream? Sorcerers of Death running around trying to rout off these things, but now that they've rallied and they're almost in harmony range of each other, she might have a harder time with that. She'll get some Cold One friends to help her out. Mouse is going to finish off the Jolly Green Giant. He is still almost full HP as regular Malice. I imagine his heal cap is right around the corner, but you do have to worry. Now it doesn't matter, it used to be around 1.5k. Can the Dark Elves win without Tazarkan? Oh, for sure. I think the Dark Elves will win this even before Malice transforms. Green Giant will go down in probably 2 more hits from Malice, and maybe just 1 as he gets ground down slightly. 450. Yeah, it's gonna take 2 hits. I bet it goes down to like 20. Ah, 44. Damn it, that was close. Anyway, Jolly Green's about dead. This lady is surrounded by Cold Ones. Well, not surrounded, they were all on one side. Now she is gonna try and get away. Spirit Leech will sap her a little bit. That's GG. Cathay is taken down by the Dark Elf Sister Rush. Malice should not be this good versus the RR Sentinel. The RR Sentinel sucks. Only has 30 melee defense. 78 melee attack, 30 melee defense-ish, I think. Maybe like 35 or something. Malice has 60 melee stats, so they trade about even, and Malice has healing, and the Jolly Green Giant just does not. Its attack animations are also pretty bad for single entity dueling. It has a lot of splash attack animations. Yeah. I don't know, Terracottas are not that good at 1v1ing stuff. The reason that they're considered good is because of degenerate box builds, but also Miao Ying healing them up and getting harmonies from... well, do they get harmony bonuses, right? I would imagine. Yeah. Pretty good value. Mouse was just around. Like, he did okay, but you can see he didn't even get that crazy of value. The Sisters did very well. Blackheart Corsairs traded up. Cold Knights did fine. Harpies did fine. It seems like a balance problem on Sunham, not judging whether it's Terracotta or Malice. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if I want Terracotta Sentinel to duel Malice. Is this the final? No, not even close. This was one of the quarterfinals, yeah. It's not my fault. It's clearly Zinch diverting the timelines to make us look bad. Fucking got him. Alright, Bowman has advanced over Swarv. Looks like we'll have an ODM semifinal. The green one versus Bowman. For a little look at the bracket, but we just saw green one versus Belmore, so we know they advance. Moore and that name are still fighting, and Raced and Black Knight just got together about 20 minutes ago, so they probably still have a while. Banner rolls or what's played these days? Fruit rolls. It's very similar. To be fair, Malice looks like 500 gold cheaper and pays for speed, extra health bar doesn't have to use, and various other things. What up, Eltharian Shades? Is Malice cheaper? 2,000 gold for the ROR. Malice ain't cheaper. What are you talking about? Malice is more expensive, you silly. You can make Malice 1600, but that wasn't the Malice we saw. The Malice we saw had Spite and the Warp Sword. Because Foot Malice... I don't bring him on Spite ever? I mean... Longmow, so Malice doesn't go for me. Everything else but Naked. Terracotta Sentinel. Foot Malice. So wait, no Spite. So the 1600 Malice versus the Terracotta Sentinel, he's 400 gold cheaper, but I wonder if he even does better. Alright. Instant to Zarkans, your guess? Maybe. Bam. Bam. I'm waiting. Those two are probably going to be doing their picks and bans. So. Yeah. He kicks Foot Malice's ass. Bam. 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 Yeah. He can do well. As a foot carrier, just gets stun locked? Yeah. I was talking about Bird's example of Foot Malice. And then I was like, I really don't think Foot Malice can beat the Terracotta Sentinel. Why on foot? Because that was someone in chat wanted that test done. I don't know. I think... Because on Spite, he gets better weapon strength, better charge bonus, better attack animations, doesn't get knocked down and all that stuff. And then with the Warp Sword of Cain, he gets 5% damage resist and he gets healing. So I think you have to take those. And then he's more expensive than the ROR Sentinel. So then you would... It's not that shocking that he wins that fight. Yeah. Because Foot Malice just gets knocked over a lot, and he has a lower health pool, and if you don't take the Warp Sword of Cain, he has no healing. So then he'll lose it pretty badly, I think. Alright, Bowbend versus Green. I need a spec slot, you gosh darn malarkey. Alright. I'm typing them, asking for a spec slot. It's a shit ton of abilities for his price. No one's saying that Malice is bad. I was just thinking that Malice on foot could definitely not beat that ROR Terracotta Sentinel in melee. I had load shedding? I don't know what load shedding is, but hopefully that went well for you, Mr. Casual. I'm in. They opened up a spec slot. And the green one's still on the right, so I can just put a 0 there. And we have Bowman. There. We are set. Aren't Terracottas absolute trash versus foot characters? Well, they just gooned the shit out of that one. Load shedding is when the Gove gives away the power to save power for like 2 hours. Oh, from like the electrical system, yeah. Explain why I mixed up his price. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, a lot of people take him on Spite for the health and the speed and the increased weapon damage. I think the Warp Sword of Cain is absolutely critical. Government, I see. I see. So they're doing their picks and bans for all 3 games right away. Be a little bit of a delay, then it'll get moving forward. Gatling guns made them think twice, which is why I was taking over once powder game. I wasn't instant, but it was fast. They hated the pike box. I mean, Gatling guns will make anybody think twice, sure. could briefly say what the pick ban system is. There any insta-banned factions currently in land battles? They only follow turns, channels to domination. Oh. VC is by far the best. Also, a lot of people ban Grand Cathay, Zinch, Coast, those kinds of things. The pick and ban system for the ODM tourneys is a little different than some others, but they do one global ban per player. Then you do pick one, ban two, pick one, ban two on the other side. And then for the final game, you each pick 4 factions that you can blind pick from, then send them to the tourney admin and that sort of thing. VC is not the best faction. Hubby's just salty. What are you talking about? What are you on drugs? VC is by far the best faction, dude. VC is by far the best faction. For sure. For sure. Second best is a pretty big debate, but I 100% think Vampire Counts is the best faction. Does VC stand for Vashnar's Conquest Rogue Army? Oh, no. It's clearly Cathay. Nah, dude. Counts might be third. Cathay or Coast, potentially quite a bit better. No way. No shot is Cathay better than Counts. No shot. We've seen High Elves beat them. We've seen Empire take them close. Skaven have a favored matchup into Cathay. We just saw Dark Elves beat Cathay, though to be fair, I think that Cathay build wasn't ideal. Like, Dark Elves could still hold up. No shot they're better than Counts. Vampire Cathay might be a thing. Coast or Chaos are also very strong. Coast and Chaos are very strong. I just don't think anybody's nearly as strong as Counts. High Elf Slaughters Counts? Ooh, not anymore. Not anymore. Now it's like even, and it used to be very winning. 3 damage per hour made me chuckle. Hello. Hello. You're entitled to your opinion. I just hard disagree. There's a Vampire Enclave in Cathay, so there should be fire. Imagine VC with Harmony, with Yin Yang being infantry monsters, respectively. Oh, God. Yeah, that would just turn a blobbing faction into a blobbing faction. Is it even now? It and Wood Elves weren't playable matchups. Yeah, well, Vampire Counts got a shitload of buffs. Plus the Ultra unit size really changed how that goes. that don't make too much sense to me. They used to in Warhammer 2 with a really degenerate Phoenix Guard, Star Dragon, Blob box thing with the L'Oreal healing them up. But times have changed. Now with all the high elf buffs, they can do okay now. I haven't seen too much of it. But before the high elf buffs, high elves were losing that matchup versus counts. So I think maybe the buffs helped, but we'll see. Wood elves, no shot. They just don't do enough damage on Ultra. Because ranged units all took nerfs coming into Ultra, you have to remember that too. They took a 15% reload reduction. And then in general, the Ultra health bars are harder to snipe things out. Leadership is across the board higher, so it's harder to route things off the map. Because one of the big ways Wood Elves could play, not the only way, but one of the ways they could play was do a lot of shock damage, and then when the routing unit got separated from the rest of its force, they could run it off the field with the Glade Riders. The way leadership's currently working in Warhammer 3, like, Wood Elves have to legitimately kill every single model with arrows, which they just can't. They don't have enough ammo, which is why they've been struggling. Now, can they still win certain matchups? Yeah. Like, no faction can't win a matchup. It's just not how the game works. But generally when I talk about balance, I talk about it as if two AI were playing, you know? Or like two players of perfectly equal skill somehow. And no one like made mistakes. Because obviously, like, you could pick the best faction in the whole game, whatever you think that is, and your opponent could pick the worst faction in the whole game, and you could just take your hands off the keyboard, and yeah, you'll lose. Like, it's not that shocking. But I think in general, because it's like, what do you expect to happen in 100 games between these two factions? And then talking about what will happen a majority of the time. Still waiting for Hummus's tier list vid. It'll probably come out tomorrow. Yeah. Tempest. Yeah, Tempest took a huge nerf. Vargeist got a pretty big buff. Crypt Horrors got pretty big buffs. Healing got pretty big buffs. The Vampire Blood Dragon Vampire Lord got huge buffs where now he can get over 1,000 weapon strength. So it's very different. Did VC Tempest get nerfed as well? Is it just the high? I think it's just the high. Hang on. Tempest 3367 for 18 seconds. $33.67 for 22 seconds. So yeah, the Storm of the Night's just better. It lasts longer, so it deals more damage because it lasts longer. It's not crazy better, but still. Zombies in the box. It wasn't an Archer blob ad mortem. It was just a bunch of halberds and healing. They would kill everything. Lord usually get mauled by High Fire Squad. Checking factions that close games for OP factions. In the faction war had some pretty close games. Yeah. And the VC can land now? Oh, yeah. Now you just land. Doesn't the VC Dragonlord also get 3 Tempests for free? Yes. Well, the Von Karstein one does. But you'll probably take the Blood Dragonlord because he can just body a Star Dragon. And another thing. Another thing. Graveguard get physical. Yeah, that's another huge thing. Graveguard have magic damage now, and the Phoenix Guard relied on 30% physical resistance, and then Alarielle could give an aura. She could give an aura, couldn't she? I thought one of her items, the Shield Stone of Isha, yeah, so that blob all got 10 more physical resistance from Alarielle. And it had 30% physical resistance already, so it was a 40% physical resist halberd box, and now Graveguard have magic damage, so they just ignore the physical resist anyway. Yeah. Alright, game crashed. %40 more damage, yes. That's why that high off build doesn't work anymore. Is like, we just listed a million reasons, but it's like Vargeists, buffed. Tempest, nerfed. Blood Dragon Lord, buffed. Healing, buffed. Crypt Horrors, buffed. Corpse Carts, buffed. Phoenix Guard. Phoenix Guard, hard nerfed because Grave Guard get magic damage to cut through all their physical resist. Like, it's just not... It's not playable right now, fortunately. They also have other people's healing with their corpse cart. Yeah, we're getting 2.0. Patch notes again. The VC buffs just don't fucking end. Yeah. They last forever. Tempest is appallingly weak now. Yeah, it's not good. Tempest would direct Cargeist and Bats and the Dragon. Yeah, but it doesn't anymore, I don't think. It still does okay, but not very good, and it's terrible against single entities. New one, though, sucks. VC need more buffs, KV? Sure, dude. Can't Empire win against VC with War Wagons, though, or maybe Ogres? Yeah, they can. Doesn't mean they're favored to win. Ogres struggle a little bit more than Empire does, but with, like, perfect kite, yeah. Also, VC can bring one more air unit, yeah. Like, it's not, like, a faction being S tier or being the strongest doesn't mean they literally can't be beaten or they don't have any bad matchups. It's that, you know, they have the most good matchups or they have, like, statistically the best units or, like, things like that. Like, one-off examples of them losing or, like, here's a couple matchups where they're bad doesn't mean that they're overall bad or, like, aren't OP, I guess. Brett greater than VC? Now you're just trolling, dude. Brett is not greater than VC. Brett is a very weak faction right now. Ad Mortem? Yeah, that is a build that can work. You just have to play it perfectly. And a Dragon Lord might land on you. And Blood Knight spam is very strong against Ogres. It's tough. It is tough. I have played that matchup as VC, and it felt quite good for the counts. Wood Elf buffs and I, meanwhile, are Blade Singers got a minor stat increase, Dryads get stat increase, and some buffs to Forest Dragon and Stag Knights. Are you talking about Blade Singers or War Dancers, Tian? Because I thought War Dancers got the buffs, not the Blade Singers. We're talking about overall superiority. Slaanesh is the strongest faction. I would very much disagree, Ad Mortem. Very much disagree. Cathay can be beaten in a single bad matchup. One-offs of them losing doesn't mean they're not the best. Okay, dude. Okay. Fine. Jesus. Getting hard nerfed to reload speed and alternate size. Man, Wood Elves got bent over and fucked. True. Oh, you're talking about the Blade Singer buff in 2.0. I don't even remember they got a buff, and that is very indicative of what kind of buff it was. Because I still haven't seen Blade Singers in Game 3. Alrighty. We have Norska versus High Elves as the first game of this series. We do have the Fireborn, and then one Illyrian Reaver Archer for the High Elves. Swordmaster of Hoeth, White Lions of Krace, front line of Spearmen plus Silverin Guard, and then Lothern Sea Guard in the back line. We do have Imric, very popular High Elf Lord. Are they usable anymore? I don't think they were ever usable, but definitely no. They're terrible. Dragonhorn, Lord of Dragons, and Star Dragon's Breath for him, his usual kit. Then we have a Mage of Life with Dwellers Below, Earth Blood, and the Starwood Staff. On the other side, for Norska, we have Wulfric. Why, Wulfric? Why? Please, just take Throg. He's so much better. Though maybe in this matchup, Seafang may be better than Throg, just because the High Elves usually have a very tight formation and expensive infantry that you can help clear out with Seafang. So this might be the one time Wulfric is better than Throg, but otherwise Throg is a fucking monster, and in my opinion better in, like, out of the 23 matchups in the game, without thinking about everyone individually, I could confidently say Throg is better in 18. Would be my guess, though I'd have to go through match by match and actually find that. All right, front line of 5 Marauders, 2 with great weapons, 2 without. We have the Maws of Savagery armored Skinwolves, 2 basic Skinwolves next to them. We also have 2 Norskin Warhounds with poison. We actually have 3 Skinwolves and then an armored. We have a Shadows caster with Pendulum and Enfeebling Foe, and green one is like one of the last people taking Pendulum. He did this last tournament I cast him into. He just takes Pendulum no matter what. He's a very silly man. Then we also have a War Mammoth. All right. Green one's silly. Fire damage versus Throg isn't good. Yeah. Yeah, Throg doesn't have the best matchup into the High Elves. I've just really been underwhelmed by Wulfric these days. This is a fine matchup for him. Just because it's High Elves, but in general, I think he's poopy. Wulfric's better than you think? Maybe. I'll believe it when I see it. Good to hear you're a Throg build. Why not Feral or Soul Crusher? Feral Mammoth is one of the worst units in the game. It's 1,600 gold for that fucking thing. At least this one has armor. Calling that a Chad. Yeah, green one's just doing what he wants. Pendulum is good because it makes a fun sound. It does make a fun sound. It's a very cool animation. Oh, righty. Front lines are advancing. Lyn Reaver's doing a little bit of kiting, but it's not like, you know, this one light cav is really going to do that much skirmishing or anything. It's just getting the value you can. Nice charge by the Fireborn. Pretty much free damage on such a low tier Marauder model. It's not like they're halberds or anything, so the Fireborn took literally 0 damage. Yeah, so it's just free. It's free, good value, good charge there from Bowman. Bowman is just lurking, following around Wulfric and the War Mammoth. Threw out a very early Lord of Dragons onto the War Mammoth. It looks like he was trying to land on it, but couldn't quite get in range in time, so just ended up falling back. Lather and Seaguard now in range of the front line. Looks like they're firing on the Mammoth and Skinwolves and stuff, just leaving the Marauders alone. The Marauders are pretty low-tier infantry. Now, they're good. They're very good low-tier infantry, but they are low-tier. High Elves have more than enough mid-tier infantry that could just take them out, so they're focusing all the ranged assets on things that could actually hurt them. War Mammoth is getting chunked down. Imric thought about landing on this caster, and he is doing his very best, but he's now surrounded by dogs and Skinwolves, with a Dwellers below coming out to cover him. This might be too many units grouped up from the green one, and it will do good damage to the Norscan Warhounds, but these are monstrous infantry over here, the Skinwolves, so they won't take too much damage from that. Lather and Seaguard are now fighting the War Mammoth. It's already lost half of its HP, just pushing through the front line, still getting focused down. The Fireborn are coming back, looks like to help out Imric. There is no regrowth on this Life Mage, so she will need to just use Earthbloods to get this guy back up in the air, and Wulfric even throws out a Hunter of Champions onto him. But the Fireborn need to get a charge off over here. Looks like they're going to just slaughter an entire Skinwolf unit, while Imric tries to get back to them. But yeah, if they ever turn their attentions over here, even the Maws of Savagery will die very quickly to the Fireborn. Imric is going to path through them to get to safety. Big Pendulum down the line. Does about a third to a quarter of that Silvern Guard's health, but Silvern Guard do have spell resistance plus high armor, and Pendulum is not 100% armor piercing anymore. Fireborn, looks like they're trying to abandon Imric. Bold. Might just be trying to hold all these Skinwolves in place so they can get a charge around the side, but that is a lot of damage it's going to take. The War Mammoth is almost dead, and a Sea Fang does great damage to a lot of the Seaguard box, but they will keep fighting. They didn't really lose any models from that, so they still have a ton. Fireborn are indeed just resetting a charge and coming back in, though they are charging from the same direction as Imric, so he is blocking a good amount of their bodies. He still needs to path out of here. He is very, very stuck in his own Fireborn. He can't quite get out, and they will need other support. Basic Skinwolves pushing the back line. Lather and Seaguard are going to be able to peel them off with a mix of arrows and pokes. Marauders are routing in every direction. The War Mammoth is also routing off. A full health Swordmaster of Hoeth is walking over here. And there's no Pit of Shades to take them out. Just some Pendulums, which will do good damage over time, but you'll need a couple good casts to deal with that. The Lather and Seaguard still have a lot of ammunition, still very healthy overall, and there's not a lot to stop them, so I imagine they'll soon turn their gaze, their ire, upon the Skinwolf Ball. The Fireborn slowly getting chunked down, though they have done a great service this game, saving Imric, doing all the good work there.
And Imric probably should not land for a little bit. Just a little bit. Imric, no, don't land, don't do it! Okay, good. Don't land back in the werewolf blob if you can avoid it. Do have a dragon horn, giving the Fireborn some more stats, trying to keep them in it as Swordmasters of Hoeth and arrows are pouring in onto the Skinwolf blob. Imric is sitting above, though I think he should just get fully healed, use his debuffs from the sky for a little bit, and let his archers do their work. No real rush. The only way they lose this is if Imric gets, you know, deleted, and then the Swordmasters get killed by a couple well-placed pendulums or something. So, yeah. Imric lands on the Familiar Balefiend, gets really good damage onto that. Counter healing on the Swordmasters against the pendulum will make that a net. Healing is very, very strong. Feral Mammoth should maybe be 1450 for 1500. They aren't bad. I think they're terrible, but if you can get a replay of them doing well, I would definitely cast it, because Mammoths are exciting. Just because I think they're bad doesn't mean I don't wish they were good. Fireborn fighting the last man against Wulfric, and some more Skinwolves, armored Skinwolves running away from the Swordmasters of Hoeth. The Familiar Balefiend, ooh, he is very alone. Imric should probably just jump this Balefiend right now. Take the caster off the map. There's no one defending him. It's free real estate. Masters of Swordeth are angry that there aren't any girls. Holding it alone. Clearly, War Mammoths still aren't so tanky. Yeah. Big breath attack onto Wulfric. It wasn't directly over him, though, so a little bit of it missed. And the Familiar Balefiend being allowed to live is a little scary to me. Also trying to land on Wulfric. Well, Imric should slap him. You are next to all the Skinwolves that are left, so you're kind of near the units that can still kill you. Maws of Savagery will get terror routed, though. That is a nice pick for Imric. He got a ton of damage down onto them. Now he is getting countercharged with the Hunter of Champions. He'll soon be surrounded by Skinwolves, but he also has Swordmasters to help him out, so I think Imric will be just fine. Another Pendulum comes down, doing okay damage to Loudon Seaguard and the Silver Guard. Boom! Seafang is going to delete an entire Loudon Seaguard over there. But is it enough? It's looking like no, as Wulfric is holding his own against Imric. Diving into all these Skinwolves is appearing to be a mistake, and Imric's trying to get away now, but he has Enfeebling Foe cast onto him. The Familiar Balefiend is somewhere. There he is. He's now surrounded by White Lions, so the White Lion should be able to dumpster his ass, and that'll be a GG. But Imric was playing it real close. Real close. With everything routing, army loss still hit. Goodbye, Wulfric. Yeah, Seafang's really good versus High Elves. I am not sold on Pendulum, but I know Green One keeps taking it, so he must like it for something. Green One, the last believer in Pit of Shades. Not Pit of Shades, Pendulum. Imric, only 1600 value. I had a hard time actually landing good blows onto Wulfric. Fireborn, 2000, they did great. Swordmasters, 960, so about 1000. They were healthy enough. They did okay. Rest of this did fine, but the Loudon Seaguard were the heroes. Absolute chads. Loudon Seaguard are wild and out here. Wulfric, 1800 value, very good. Very, very good for him. Familiar Caster, 950. War Mammoth, 500. Unfortunately, it struggled. Basic Skinwolves also had a hard time, but the Armored Skinwolves and the other one that got to fight Imric all game got really, really good value, and Marauders got mulched. It's not like demons are actually usable. How many members of ODM actually have, and how close do you know most of them? I don't know. They probably have, like, are they unarmored Skinwolves? There's, yeah, the only armored one was the ROR. I don't know. ODM probably has, like, active players right now, probably about 20, probably. And I know, I don't know, none of them are like my best friends or anything, but I know they're like top 8 players pretty well. Demons are hot garbage. Yeah. Tzeentch probably has the best demon units.
Blue horrors and pink horrors are pretty good. But in general, I agree. Bloodletters are struggling. Plague bearers are struggling. Demonettes are struggling. Exalted infantry is good. Regular is trash. Bloodletters and pinks are okay. Looks like we have Dark Elf Skaven. Let's see what green one does. I feel like Night Runners and Gutter Runners could be okay here. But what do they do against Malice? That's the tricky part. Because I have a build that's really good against Malice, but then it loses to Malekith. If you go Night Runners and Gutter Runners, you could punish Malekith when he's in the sky, but I wonder what you do about Malice. I don't know. Norska's the best infantry, clearly. They do have really good infantry, for sure. They weren't brought in that game, but they do. Berserkers are good. Marauder Champions are really good. Basic Marauders, considering their cost, are quite good. Like, is a Marauder going to be an 850 gold Silvering Guard? Fuck no. Are they going to do it while they're getting shot by archers? Also fuck no. But that doesn't mean they're bad. Marauders against other, like, 400 gold infantry usually do quite well. I was revolutionary in the champion meta. You sure were, Trader GG. Warhammer 2 Marauder Champs were a joke. They were. Marauder Champs are trash in Warhammer 2. Hot garbage. No, they're pretty good. Very solid. I think Norska in general is performing quite well. Oh, they don't have a lot of variety of units that are good, but if you stick to the ones that are good, they feel nice. I'm still not a believer in Skinwolves in Warhammer 3. They have felt very meh to me. But dogs feel great. I've been having a lot of fun with Famir recently. Now, I choose fun carefully, because I don't know if Famir are that good. Jury's still out, but I'm having fun with them. Fun and good are different words. I like them versus Tomb Kings. Moore and Regosmalski are still fighting. Raced and Black Knight are still fighting. How long has Moore been fighting that guy? That series feels like it's gone on for quite a while. All right, that one started at 11:10. So yeah, the more RGK series is going on like an hour and a half too. Armored Skimbles are okay in certain scenarios. Unarmored are basically never good to bring. Extremely niche. What if they buff Wyvern and... Oh, if they buff Wyvern and Mammoths, you can die happy. The Frost Wyverns? Well, the Frost Worms, I think you mean. Orc War Bosses and Azhag have Wyvern mounts. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen Wyverns do particularly well. Like, Azhag's is just nice because you can keep him off the ground, or he's, like, fast. But even then, Azhag's melee stats are quite garbage without his items. So that is not a good point for the Wyvern. I feel like they need more health. Or something. Wyverns need a little bit of something. A little bit of love. Alrighty, Dark Elves versus Skaven. What will green one bring? Let us see. Grayseer, Triad, Warp Lightning Cannon, Plague Bearers. This is interesting. Sorry, Plague Sensor Bearers. I always do that. I like the Wyvern and his sisters and Wood Elves, actually. Are you talking about the Frost Worm, Mr. Casual? Because the Wyvern is the mount that Azhag rides. The Frostworm is the Norscan thing. Just making sure we're talking about the same stuff. Because if you're talking about Azhag's Wyvern into Wood Elves, I don't know, man. He has no healing. I don't think he's shielded on his Wyvern either, so he takes a lot of damage chasing them around. I think he actually loses to them in melee combat too, because Sisters have pretty solid melee stats, and Azhag currently doesn't have his items. Even with his items, it might be a little bit of a tough sell. Seeing as how they were rare in Warhammer 2. Yeah, I am seeing a lot of Triads in Game 3 as well. I'm still not completely sold on it, but they seem okay. The best dragon modes are for Legendary Lords. Yeah, usually. Vampire Dragon isn't a Legendary Lord. Yeah, the Blood Dragon's just a guy. Just some dude. Oh, righty. For the Dark Elves, we do have triple Cold One Night. Feels like a lot. Dark Riders are incredible in this matchup, so I'm wondering why Bowman is prioritizing the Cold One Nights so heavily. Because we have seen multiple games in a row, when I lose this, it's like a bunch of Doomfire Warlocks, who are much faster, hit harder, stick around longer. So I don't know why he's taking triple Cold One Night. I am very concerned that those are going to fail him. We have double Fair Manticore. We have Malekith up on his dragon mount. We have the Crows of Cain, plus a bunch of Bleak Swords, Black Arc Corsairs, and Dread Spears. I do not like this Dark Elf build. I do not like it. Oh boy. Alright, we'll see how it works, but I don't know. Not a huge fan of the Crows of Cain, not a huge fan of the Cold One Knights. I think the double Manticore, there are better options. There's too much infantry for fighting Skaven. Hi, Hazel. And then we do have a Shade of Dual Weapons in the far flank, but that's fine. Shades are fine. I'm very concerned. We'll see how it goes. For green one, we have a Greyseer of Ruin with Death Frenzy, Dreaded 13th, and War of Lightning. A front line of Skaven Slaves, secondary line of Clanrad Spears. We do have double Plague Monk Censer Bearer. We do have 2 Globes. We have, it looks like, 4 Rat Ogres spread out. We have 1 Wolf Rat with Poison, and we do have an Eshid Triad somewhere. There you are. It's the Ixchas Triads. Ixchas Triads is pretty fine. Because of Helm of Balance. It's a Bloodline Lords, he's not quite the generic, but between generic and legendary, infinite uses of AoE Enfeebling Foe is so fair. Helm of Discord does have a very low cooldown. It is true. And we are off. Basic Warp Lightning Cannon will shoot at Malekith. Now, it does have lower accuracy than the It Could Zap Zap because it is not a rank 9 thing, and also it doesn't have the Zap passive that increases your ability cooldowns. But it's still a pressure piece. Still gets the enemy to come to you, and you get some nice value on them. Man, Plague Monks make me sad when I verse them. Censer Bearers or basic Plague Monks, Mr. Casual? You also never answered my question if you meant the Frostworm or the Wyvern. You're just coming in here saying stuff and then leaving. Alright, Malekith thinks about landing. He's flying right up to the Warp Lightning Cannon. What's he got in his brain? Is he actually just landing on the Warp Lightning Cannon? Is that a thing you can do? There's no way you can do this. He lands on top of the Ixchas Triads. And now he's surrounded by Rat Ogres, the Greyseer. These 2 Warp Lightning Cannon models are also in his way. He can't really move. His leadership's getting low. I am very concerned. Wolf Rats are sitting right next to the Shades, and the Shades are going to get attacked swiftly. Malekith throws out a quick Soul Stealer to try and save his life. The Warp Lightning Cannons are forced to abandon their post. Manticores land on the front line. It looks like they were trying to go after these globes, but now they're surrounded by Rat Ogres and taking a ton of damage. They're already going to rampage and even rout soon. Wolf Rats are losing to the Shades in melee combat, but they're getting out a lot of value, while it looks like some Clanrad Spears are coming over, and Malekith is trying to get off the ground. Dark Elf frontline is colliding with the Skaven. We get a terror out from the Manticore, and the Black Arc Corsairs should be able to push in, but this other Manticore is just completely surrounded. He can't do very much. Malekith took a lot of damage, considering he's also gotten out a Soul Stealer already. And the Crows of Cain are attacking Plague Monk Censer Bearers, trying to get the Poison Globes, but it looks like they had a successful pull-through to get out of there. This is a tough start for the Dark Elves. Really tough start. Globes are secured. They're backing off, trying to get in position to throw once again. This Manticore is still holding a lot of units in place, and the nearby Black Ark Corsairs are just about to rout from all of the Poison Wind Globe fire. And Malekith dives onto the Grey of Ruin. It looks like Cold Wind Knights are also committing to the fight against these Rat Ogres. Should be able to kill them off all rather swiftly and move on. Ixchus Triads on the far side throw down their summon versus the Cold Wind Knights. Cold Wind Knights will back off, but they are taking a bit of globe fire as they do so. Other Cold Wind Knights are coming around the far flank, and the Dark Elves are pushing through the front lines. Skaven are up on the balance of power and up on the damage value, but we'll see how much it matters as another big Soul Stealer is going to hit. There it is. Hits some Rat Ogres, hits some Skaven Slaves, hits the Grey Seer, and the Manticore is diving back in, but we have a dreaded 13th cast that is going to deal a lot of damage to the Golden Knights. Doesn't quite one-shot them, but it does do a lot. Warp Blinding Cannon's getting pushed off. Manticore's going to land at that, but the Ixchus Triads are nearby to try and stop that. Ooh, Golden Knights get caught napping, just get deleted by a Rat Ogre side charge and a huge volley from these Poison Globes. So those Golden Knights really suffering a terrible, terrible fate. But Manticore and Malekith and Golden Knights just trying to rout off any support the Grey Seer have, and Malekith is still just chasing him down, doing his best over there. The Ixchus Triad summon fades on the far side, and Globes are still throwing into the Dark Elves. Dark Elves not feeling so good. There. Big Ben Bongin is true. Malekith, surrounded in Rat Ogres, is going to start pushing through them with his big dragon body. And he is out. Manticore is still trying to rout off things around here. Warp Blinding Cannon's back online for now. And the Shades are also back online for now. Golden Knights getting shreked on all sides. Death Frenzy cast on the Plague Monk Sensor Bears. Malekith throws the Soul Stealer behind him. It hits 2 Rat Ogres and a Stormvermin Halberd summon. But maybe he should have thrown that onto the Grey Seer just to continue sniping him out. Malekith is still trying to hit him, though it looks like he had a janky landing, and now he gets his charge attack off, so he actually does good damage. Cold Ones are pushing back in. There are a lot of Skaven left, ladies and gentlemen, and not a lot of Dark Elves. Malekith is trying to shut down the Warp Blinding Cannon once again, really wants to stop it from shooting him in the bum. He does get a Terror Rout off for that. Ixchus Triads are after him. They are surrounding him. They're dealing really good damage as long as he's stuck in them, and he does need to start pathing out. He's trying to get away from here. Army losses is coming close. Malekith really needs to get good hits on the Grey Seer to keep that at bay, or to get off more Soul Stealers to heal himself. Manticore is in the middle of a whole bunch of routing units, and the other Manticore is back. It can maybe help chase things off the map. Malekith is still running down this Grey Seer. The Rat Ogres have to be pulled over, or something will have to come to help him out. Malekith goes awkwardly into the air, now comes back down to get another rear attack onto the Grey Seer. Misses another attack, sideways walks again. Sideways walks again! Let's fucking go, Malekith. Manticore also going to land on him. Malekith trying to pass out of these Rat Ogres and Ixchus Triads. Big Soul Stealer is coming down, but army losses hits too soon for the Dark Elves. And that is that. Wow, Malekith had a jank-ass game. Those Eshin dudes are really paying for themselves. Fuck the Council Guard Eshin gang. They did do pretty well. Yeah. Malekith should not have landed directly on them with that Warp Lightning Gambit at the start. That was brutal. That was brutal. Coldo Knights, I said it at the start, I don't like them in this matchup over Doomfire Warlocks or Dark Riders. They're just too slow. Because that's 3,000 gold. That got 900 value. Manticores also struggled to get their value. Harpies also struggled to get their value. The infantry did okay. Shades did well. I like the Shades, and Malekith did fine, but he did have that bug again at the end where he was walking sideways instead of charging the Grey Seer, which is kind of fucked up. Eshin Triads did well. Rat Ogres did well. Grey Seer did fine running around. Globes did great. Yeah. Plague Monk Sensor Bearers did quite well. Warp Lightning Cannon got focused a lot, so it didn't get a lot of chance to shoot, and Wolf Rats got murdered by Shades, but yeah. Someone lost to Malekith. It can happen. I also lost to Malekith earlier, and the same bug happened to both me and Bowman, where Malekith landed on something and decided to walk sideways instead of attacking. Let's go Dark Elves lost. Yeah. I'm also pretty happy Dark Elves lost. For sure. But I hate that it's off the back of a bug.
where Malekith just like starts walking sideways for no fucking reason. Because if he had been able to snipe out that Grey Seer, actually the game was probably winnable. Not like easily winnable, but Skaven Leadership Bomb, they were already all routing off the map. The Grey Seer holds a lot of the balance of power. And Malekith needed more Soul Stealers to heal up, but he was having issues getting them out. Aren't shades too expensive? Why don't more people bring them? We actually have seen a good amount of shades in recent Dark Elf play. Yeah. But they are difficult to use. They're niche. They're good in their niche, but that you don't just like slap shades into a build and you're like, there it is. D. I see they require micro and more or less can be easily shut down. They're paying for both melee and range, but when you run into an issue where you really need to get the most for both aspects. Yeah, like they did fine there, where they got charged by dogs and they just beat up the dogs, and they got charged by slaves and they just beat up the slaves, and they kept fighting. So that was nice for them. But you know, you can run into issues. I just think that Dark Elf build suffered from not having Dark Riders, honestly. Dark Riders are huge in this game matchup. I think Doomfire Warlocks are really great, but some people, I mean, don't. But it is widely agreed that Dark Riders are incredible in that matchup. They're cheap. They do really well. They honestly trade fine into Rat Ogres. They last for quite a while. They always come back. In campaign, they become top tier Doom stacks. The Shade Doom stacks. Looks like for game 3, we might have Norska Hiles, but the other way around. So we'll see what Norska does. I think this matchup's probably pretty high elf favored these days with Lothern Seaguard spam. The boofs. I don't think Dragon Gith is good here either due to Warp Gale / Pew Pew. I don't know, Loopy. Dragon Malekith has solo carried a lot of games versus me. Did you see the stream Friday? Where Soul Stealer Kith got surrounded in Rat Ogres and double Brood Horrors. I beat him up. He was routed away with like 1/8 HP. He came back, cast 2 Soul Stealers, was back at full HP, terror routed off everything, and won the whole game. And he got like 4,700 value. Fucking Soul Stealer broken ass ability. Gotta hate it. I hate it so much. Malekith on his lizard makes him a lizard lizard. A lizard wizard, yes. I said Frostworm? You did not say Frostworm. I like that Frostworm. Sorry, shit is weird spelling. Yes, there it is. Yeah, I think that was just a delay. What weird ass timeline are you living in that Norse is good? They've been good for a while. Yeah. Is that Skaven Final Trans in a good spot again, or is it OP? It is definitely not OP. It's either fine or underpowered. I haven't tested it too much, but it's definitely just fine or underpowered. Loopy saying still OP? I would have to test it, Loopy. Yeah. I don't know, but you and I see things very differently, because you and I got in an argument that Soul Stealer, you said Soul Stealer is underpowered or not that good anymore, and I say Soul Stealer is overpowered. So you and I clearly view things very differently, so I'm just going to cut this argument off at the head and say, all right. What does ODM stand for? Order de Malta. It's you'd have to ask someone, one of the clan members what that means, but I know that's what the words are. What factions need their heroes buffed? Slaanesh, probably. Like, I don't know. Slanesh doesn't need buffs in general, but like their heroes are pretty bad. I'm trying to think. Zinch's heroes aren't great. Korn's heroes are really bad. Korn's heroes are really bad. Oh boy, those are the easy ones off the top of my head. It only lost 20% damage. It was madly OP before. Cleansing Ruin now got nerfed, rightfully so it's reasonable now. It's not meme stealer, but what is? Eh. I think spamming out ruin spells is probably better because the lore passive is really, really, really good. Buff Skinwolf Werekin. Yeah, Skinwolf Werekin's alright. He's just too expensive. He could be like a couple hundred gold cheaper and he would feel good. But right now, isn't he like 1,300 gold with his standard kit? Or is he 1,500? What if heroes need help now too? True. I think there are worse off factions than Norska or Wood Elves though, as far as heroes go. I'm not saying that the heroes don't need buffs, but KV was asking... You were asking for the worst one, right? Oh, you just said what factions. Yeah, okay, then that's fine. To clarify about Soul Stealer, I think the damage is shit now, but the heal is OP. The damage is still pretty insane, dude. The damage is still pretty insane. Oh my god, Malekith gets so much value off just the Soul Stealer damage. It's redonkulous. I hate Soul Stealer. Alright, what do we got here? We have Imrik yet again. This is High Elves versus Norska again, but now it's on the other side. We have Earthblood and Regrowth this time instead of Dwellers Below. We have a Frostheart Phoenix for some debuffs for Lothern Seaguard. A couple White Lions of Krace mixed in with Spearman. No Fireborn. Fireborn are absolute aces in this matchup. I am shocked they're not here. On the other side for Bohemond, we have Quadruple Horsemaster, Beasts of Tashnar, a whole bunch of Marauders mixed in with Marauder Champions. We do have Throg, though, as I believe Hanadins and some other people pointed out, Throg is not actually the best in this specific matchup. We also have a Pit of Shades caster, 2 Marauder Hunters of Javelins, and a Plague of Rust caster. Throg does have his Breath Attack. That could be something, but he'll have to watch out for Imrik. At least he's tanky. At least he's tanky. You'd think Norska would have cold resist? Maybe, but there's not like cold damage in this game. Dude's running around shirtless in the snow.
Good blood.
Alright, Loth and Seaguard are going to counterfire the Skirmish Cav. Good dodge right away from Bohemond. Really good dodge right away. That was very nice. Took almost no damage from that. But he is going to have to worry about these 4 Loth and Seaguard. I say it every time, but just in case you aren't here every time, Skirmish Cav in general are countered by foot archers or artillery because they get outrange and out DPS'd. Where they're paying for speed, they can dodge the shots, but if left to their own devices, they will take a lot of damage. Throg and Marauder Champions, let's go. Yeah. I think our conversation around the first game did convince me that Wulfric is probably the best choice for the High Elf matchup, but in general, I do really like Throg, so I'm never sad to see him. What is that? Lord of Dragons thrown down by Imrik just to threaten that Famir. Just to really threaten him. But you gotta watch out for these Marauder Hunter Javelins. If you land in front of them, you will take a bucket load of damage. Some things are immune to Frostbite. Are you talking about in the game or in real life? Alright, Marauders get dove on by Imrik. He gets a lot of damage value out. And Marauder Champions will soon be here, but overall they're not going to do that much damage to a dragon in general, so they'll have to be careful. Skirmish Cav is trying to get around the flanks, but the archers are tracking them pretty good and getting slow pokes out. Throg is slowly advancing forward into White Lions instead of any spear infantry. The Javelins are getting a range of Imrik, but they are doing that thing where they will overlap, so that means they'll take a lot of damage from these archers, but it looks like the Beasts of Tashnar are in here to stop the archers from shooting for a little bit. And Marauder Horsemasters, at least these Lothern Seaguard are not shielded, so they will take okay damage from the skirmish fire, but you can see it's really not that much. Throg is pathing through. It looks like he wants to take a fight with Imrik. And the Pit of Shades caster is here. Looks like it's going to chuck it down near these White Lions of Krace, trying not to damage the Marauder Champions too badly. on the far sides. But the Beasts of Tashnar are already terror-routed off. The Skirmish Cav having a really, really tough time getting anything done versus these High Elves. I think this is why we haven't seen as much Skirmish Cav play versus the High Elves, because the Lothern Sea Guards counter them so effectively, and Lothern Sea Guards are so powerful right now. Big Plague of Rust cast onto Imric, but it's really not going to matter. He still has 60 armor, and Throg is mostly armor-piercing value, so he doesn't care about that too much. Frostheart Phoenix diving in. There's just too many debuffs. Throg is going to try and leave. He needs to heal up a little bit, but Norska is quite far behind on the balance power, and I would tend to agree. These Skirmish Cav are just struggling to get anything done. Javelins are now throwing at Imric, getting decent damage value, leaving Throg to fight Frostheart Phoenix all on his own. But these White Lions are fighting away against the Marauder Champions. Imric, big breath attack onto more Marauder Champions. But they were at kind of an awkward angle for him, so he didn't really get the full thing. But these Skirmish Cav are having the worst day of their entire life. Throg is going to tear a route, as Imric gets a nasty rear charge onto him that might turn into a normal route. Yeah. The Skirmish Cav are not here to punish Imric. The Javelins are trying to punish him, but they're just not in a good position to do so. Several of them are in melee, and it is looking all ogre for Norska. Into game. What's immune to frostbite? I had never heard of that. Skirmish Cav are getting close to the Frostheart Phoenix. They want to throw it at a point-blank range, but one of them does tear out off from Imric. Again, the balance of power is going very, very heavily against Norska at this point, and I would tend to agree. Metalcaster getting sniped out. And the Skirmish Cav not doing very good against Lothern Sea Guard. Throg turns around, gets a nice little vomit attack onto the White Lions of Grace, and he will charge back in. I don't know how much he can do here. Nice Pit of Shades target up here, if this Famir has the Winds of Magic for it. Could get a 2-for-1, but how are the Lothern Sea Guard doing? They're fine. 3 of them are healthy. 1 of them's getting butchered right now. 2 of them still have pretty good damage. Ammunition left, that's it. Huge breath attack from Imric. Nice job there from the green one, taking out these Marauder Champions. And Throg is chasing around the Frostheart Phoenix to the best of his ability, but it does take him into Spearman. Oh, the Slaanesh guy is immune to all contact effects, so it's not frostbite specific. I see. I was trying to think of something that has like frost resist. Including the ROR Warp Lightning Cannon. Yeah, that is pretty fun. Pretty funny that the ROR Warp Lightning Cannon can't stop the Slaanesh guy. It is looking pretty dire for the Norskins. I'm trying to think of what they can do, but I'm honestly coming up about empty. There's too many Lothern Sea Guard left. Imric's very, very healthy. Yeah. Nice Pit of Shades from Norska. I'm gonna take out some more infantry. Maybe that'll leave the Marauder Champions open to walking up and killing these Lothern Sea Guard, but if there's even one more breath attack in Imric, is he actually, we can check that now. Oh, here it is. Yeah, and that's gonna be GG. Big breath attack onto the last Marauder Champion, nearly routing them off. He is now officially out, but it doesn't really matter. And there's just no staying power left in the game at all. Throg is about to get sniped out. Big boop. A big shoop. Though, he did great work on that Frostheart Phoenix. Go, Throg, go. Getting his A's. Plus these jabs are just chucking at it. Throg is routing. Throg is dead. Is he dead? He doesn't seem to be dead. Is he dead? Kind of surprised Army Losses doesn't hit. TBH. Oh, it's 2 mages. Yeah, the game's treating these 2 mages very highly. Now my food's cold, you bastards, Black Knight? Well, what the fuck? Ghost should get immune to frostbite? Yeah. That would be nice. Or are you talking about immune to contact effects in general? Rest in peace, Norska. And the damage value is just about even, but the game result is not. It's not. Marauder Horsemaster, 750 value, 400, 500, 400. So they did struggle to get their value back. Throg did okay, but he largely got sniped by Imric. Double Casters did all right. Marauder Champions struggled to get their value back as well. The Javelins did great. Beasts of Tashnar also struggled to do anything, and Basic Marauders did okay. On the other side, Imric, 2,200 value, so good for him. Frostheart Phoenix was a nice little support bot. White Lions did okay, but again, the Lothern Seaguard just putting in so much work. You can see why High Elves rose so high in the tier list when they got the cost reduction on these units. Because it turns out those units were actually good, and people just weren't taking them. And then with a 50 gold cost decrease, or was it 100? Was it 100 or 50? They got big, huge in the meta. Now they're just running around. Race has advanced over Black Knight. Moore has advanced over Rigolsmolski. I found more, and the series hasn't started yet. So we have 2 series left. We have Moore versus Raced, and then whoever wins that versus Green One. No more Norska. This is making you sad. I'm sorry. They have been doing very well in the meta recently. All right, we in. We in. I don't doubt they're good, but darn, why they only win when I'm not looking? I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if Moore invited Raced. I'll invite him. Or is the Chaos still strong? Yeah. They're very strong. A lot of people aren't taking them. I wonder if there's some burnout from just playing too much Warriors of Chaos, but I really haven't seen too much of them. They don't get global banned very often, and then even after that, they don't get picked. It's weird. All right, I invited Raced. He's here. Clearly, I summoned him with my amazing powers. I think the Marauder Horseman nerfs really hurt Chaos, because like 50 gold is a pretty decent amount. Yeah. It's a 10% increase on cost for the basic variant. That and the meta has just shifted away from blobs, where skirmish cav really shine. Skirmish versus skirmish, like if a lot of games are like skirmish versus skirmish, where if one side doesn't take skirmish and the other side does, but then you take stuff that's counter to skirmish, then it's kind of rough. So, yeah. But a lot of the meta right now has been pike and shot or hard rush, both of which skirmish struggles against. In certain capacities, again, there's going to be like, what about an all skirmish build? Then all rush just runs after them and gets kited out the whole time. Yeah. But like, you know, if you just have skirmish cav elements and then the rest of your army and you're facing a hard rush, they're usually not going to get all their value out before the game's effectively over. Pike and shot builds, as we just saw, skirmish cav have a tough time getting in versus foot archers. So that's tough. Artillery's been making a bit of a comeback in the meta. Chariots are much better at skirmishing than skirmish cav. So like scourge runners and war wagons will out skirmish marauder horsemen and all that stuff, plus the cost increase. They're still a fine unit, they're just not OP anymore. So we haven't seen as much 6 skirmish cav spam, which I'm fine with, by the way. Warriors of Chaos. Other meta factions are countering Warriors of Chaos very well, so you don't see that often. Really? Huh. Weird. Do Dark Elves counter Warriors of Chaos Hanadins? Is that what you're saying? Scourge Runners and Malekith stuff? So nice having skirmish not dominate, to be honest. Yeah. It's still like an element in the game, but it's just not every single game. Skirmish cav is the win condition, which is nice. It's like, yay, it's just around. Not the only thing that exists. High Elves VP, Grand Cathay VC, VP, I reckon them. You said VP twice. Not as decisive as the others. I'm surprised High Elves is wrecking Warriors of Chaos. That's a interesting one. Cathay I could definitely see. VC I could definitely see, yeah. Hanadins, what's the strongest faction in the entire game? Go. I don't like skirmish camp because the army is moving to me or engaging with me. Yeah. I just spent every game being max skirmish cav for a long time in Warhammer history was annoying. And obviously every game is over-exaggeration. But it was still like, yay, 4 Zinch Marauder Horsemen versus 6 Warriors of Chaos Marauder Horsemen. Hey, Hanadin's a man of culture saying VC is the strongest faction. Let's go. I was getting outvoted earlier. I mean, it was only 2 people, but still. There was 2 people that said Grand Cathay were stronger than VC overall, and I hard disagreed. We have seen Cathay lose plenty. I haven't seen VC lose in like 4 tournaments. They're bitches. Ogre's the strongest faction. I had a dream about Cathay having a war blimp that has like a Hellblaster volley gun type mount. You know, whereas like the normal war balloons have little pew pew musket guns. I was thinking of one that flies around and then like when you tell it to shoot something, it goes like krr, krr. Cathay isn't even that strong, man. Cathay is not balanced now. It's very strong to be sure, but it's like it's not the strongest, dude. VC, for me, it's VC, and then everything else is a pretty big step down, and then the conversation's pretty open. That's the second best in my opinion. But like, for me, it's a hard VC. Sounds curious. I would not say Cathay is balanced. Just some factions are at this stupidity level for sure. Yeah. Like High Elves, Dark Elves, for example. Are High Elves considered OP for you? I kind of think they're A tier, but I'm curious what you think, Canadians. It's VC, then VP for you, Coops. All right, all right. other factions. It's funny that High Elves, I actually have a buff I really want. Even though this faction is like very popular right now, probably not the strongest in the game, but like depending on who you talk to, they're either strong or fine. But like it's funny that all I can think is like it sucks that Imrik is the only lord I get to see. Kind of wish like, you know, I guess I don't know what other lords I would want because I'm still burnt out from watching Teclis and Alariel in game 2. Eltharion could use a day in the sun, that's for sure. I don't mind a Lethanar. I hate playing against Lethanar, but I don't mind casting a Lethanar. I think he's interesting. When I play against a Lethanar, I'm just like, oh god. But that doesn't mean it's bad. It's just like I personally don't like fighting. Like Marcus Wolfhard, Lethanar, or Oxyotl is like these janky ass foot characters that I can't get a hit in. So the best strategy is just to ignore them until the end of the game. But like a part of me is like, he's out of position, get him, and then you knock him like 50 feet in the air and you didn't deal any damage. You're like, fucking hell. Especially Marcus Wolfhard. I have played enough practice games with Blood Penguin to hate Marcus Wolfhard for a lifetime. That fucking guy. I just can't hit him. You just can't hit him. I made an entire Malice Darkblade video of Malice running around in circles around Marcus Wolfhard. I'm going to put Eltharion and Alith back on the map. Black Knight, you're tired of being mainstream? You're tired of, you were the Imrik stan back when he was bad, now that he's good. Are you abandoning your boy? Are you missing Marathi now? Fuck no. Absolutely not. I hate the high elf buff. I mean, they needed something. Yeah, they did need something. For sure. Yeah, Marathi in Warhammer 2 is definitely one of those things where like she had so many debuffs that she could just stop the game from happening. If she ever did get punished at all, she would just soul steal her way out of it. And you're like, oh, thank God those times are gone. Now we have a flying lord who relies heavily on soul stealer to get them out of any mistakes they ever make. But now instead of debuffing everybody else to stay alive, they're a dragon lord after the dragon's buff, so they have pretty good damage and nice breath attacks, and they can just walk out of almost any situation. Like it's very hard to actually surround a dragon lord, which is funny because as much as ogres need help at stuff, they are very good at punishing dragon lords. Very, very good. Ogres can surround stuff super well. But it is funny that like the uninteractive gameplay pattern of Marathi was replaced by, in my opinion, the interactive gameplay mechanic of Malekith. Just the difference is Marathi stopped damage from happening and Malekith causes more damage to happen, but otherwise it's still just like a flying soul stealer lord that can't be punished. And then there's Malice Darkblade, which is an entirely different can of worms. But at least he's different. I'll give him that. At least he's different than just like flying soul stealer lord. Is the Grey Seer still the most OP furry lord? Depends on who you ask. I'm usually a Ikit man nowadays. Ikit or Deathmaster Snitch are probably still my two favorites. But Tretch and the Grey Seer are definitely up there, and a lot of other Skaven players besides me have been taking just Grey Seer's ban. So, it probably depends on who you asked. Ogres for on foot characters too well? Yeah. But dragon characters actually like have a really hard time getting out of an ogre surround, while other factions, like we saw earlier, the game just today where Rat Ogre surrounded Malekith and he walked out. Now, he was a little slow to walk out, but he still walked out. Ogres, you can legitimately get a Dragon Lord like fucking stuck in place, can't move. And honestly, that's fine. If that's like Ogre's identity, that's fine. Cost-wise, looking at other roster, you're going to say those prices or stats are fair. I predict there will be none of the most OP factions for campaign, and multiplayer costs might be too much to take over. Oh, you're talking about Chaos Dwarfs in campaign. They're going to be really strong, but online they might be meh. Yeah, I could see that. All right, these guys are still doing their pick and ban. All the pick and ban for the 3 games happens at the very start. I might go grab something to drink. Is this worries to cast into Brett? I don't think so, because neither of their armies have changed behind the blocker this entire time. I think they're just doing their picks and bans. Alright, I'm gonna check something real quick, then I'm gonna go grab a drink. But now I know for next time. Good. Good, Black Knight, before they change it again. Okay. All right, baby. All right, I'm back. I'm gonna have to remember to take the dog out because I just gave her lunch and she always has to go to the bathroom after lunch. All right, what is going on with this lobby? We've been in the pick and ban phase for 15 minutes now. If I go back in my stream, it was 15 minutes ago Race entered the lobby. So this is gotta move on, you guys. Come on.
Moore was AFK. Oh. Okay. Well, our last game was 20 minutes ago. So, more left to eat? He's there now? Okay, so he's back? Okay. So they're just starting picks and bans. Okay. Hopefully this does not turn into one of the multiple hour and a half plus best of threes that have happened this tournament. Both of which involving these players, but never together. Because there's Race and Azrael, which took an hour and 48 minutes, I think, if I checked the time correctly. And Moore versus RGK, which is hard to tell when it started, but when I noticed it had started, it took an hour and 10 minutes. And then I think, assuming I didn't notice it literally the first second that it was available, it took probably more around an hour and a half. So this one's already 20 minutes in, and it hasn't started. So it's not looking good to finish under that. These two troublemakers, Moore and Raced, holding up the tournament. How dare you? How dare you? That's pretty funny. He left to eat. Me and Reyes are reasonable, so it's not him. Yeah. I think, well, what was it? See, that was a bit of a meme. Azrael was having some lag issues last time he was in a tournament, so that he could have dropped a couple times, had some lag things. And then Moore versus RGK, no idea. But both series went to 3 games, so it's possible. Also, people have to go to the bathroom and stuff, but no, I was mostly memeing. Raced is like super active in the Vermin League community, so I just like to give him shit. He was one of our high elf players in the faction war. He actually beat Cathay. Dr. Jellyfish is Cathay too, so it's not really an easy task. And Moore was an admin on the Ent ladder, so I know him decently well too. But yeah, a little salt, like, you know. I'm little salty the stream got held up for something like that, but also, like, I don't know. I was joking when I said that, like, how dare you hold up the tournament? That's fine. There have been worse things. Play an Ogre quick battle while we wait. Well, now Moore is back, so theoretically this will start. Moore switches over to Tomb Kings. The map switched to the correct one. Doc Karaz. Oh, that's like Galbaraz, but much smaller. But it has like the same map setup. Interesting.
Excuse me. How long is the tournament? I don't know. No quiet the same. You can hide things on one flank. Oh, not quite the same. Oh, okay, yeah. You're talking about the map. Yeah, yeah. For a second, I was like, what are we talking about? How long is the tournament? We're going on 3.5 hours, and we have a best of 3 and a best of 5 left, so it's probably going to be about 6 hours, probably. I'm not super happy with that as well. Oh, about the AFK issue? Yeah. Well, he's back now. What can we do? Will Greases or Scrag have an OnlyFans? Greases for sure, because he likes money. Scrag, I don't feel like would give a shit. I don't think Scrag would care enough. I don't know what to say. I'm out of things to talk about. I have nothing. Nothing left in the whole world. Moore switched over to Tomb King, so I imagine... Is he at the top? Yeah, he's the top bracket. So he picked Tomb King's band 2. I don't know what that was. I'm gonna message Black Knight. I told Black Knight to tell the stream a joke. Hopefully he knows a good one. Can you show us the bracket? Sure. Meh. We're here. So green one's waiting in the finals. Raced and Moore are lining up their stuff. Moore defeated that guy. And Victor, that guy defeated Strat Game. So there's a bracket. Nice little concise tournament today. I think it was 15 people. Because green one got a bye, so that makes me think it was 15. Yeah. Very ODM heavy semifinals. We have ODM, 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 GGX. That's not that shocking, I suppose. ODM is the big strong. All right, Moores is ready. It looks like Tomb King Zinch is game 1. Tomb King Zinch. Cathay and Vampire Counts were global banned. Yep, that sounds about right. God, Black Knight. That's a bad one.
I've heard that somewhere before, but that is a bad one. I could watch the last 3 games in a short time that takes these 2 to pick their builds. Ran into the guy's name, but I can't pronounce it in quick battle earlier. Have you ever take the dual wield ogre bowls? Not really. I generally prefer iron fists over the dual wielding because I think the shields and the improved melee defense is worth it more than a little bit of anti-infantry. But there are some people that like ogre bowls with dual weapons. In a short time that takes these 2 to pick their builds. Ran into the guy's name, but I can't pronounce it in quick battle earlier. Paul Rudd told me. Oh yeah, Paul Rudd said that during a Conan O'Brien interview, didn't he? Yeah. Why no Slaanesh ban? Slaanesh is not that top tier in land battles. They're strong, but they're not top tier, not at all. Granted, the vampire counts are way stronger. I would say factions that are stronger than Slaanesh, in my opinion, would probably be Vampire Counts, Grand Cathay, Warriors of Chaos, Vampire Coast, Tzeentch. Not in any order, I'm just listing them. Dark Elves. And then I think it's debatable whether High Elves or Skaven are stronger than Slaanesh, but yeah. Is there anyone who's an Ogre main? Will Francesco is. Will Francesco is. John FB plays a lot of ogres, I think. Tactical Lich, apparently, according to Coops. I enjoy playing ogres. They piss me off constantly, though. Because there's a lot of unit jank in there. All right, we're in. But yeah, I enjoy ogres in theory. Sorry, I'm typing hand-ins about a thing while these guys set up their builds. It sounds like the final might be played tomorrow, and I'll have to cast the replay separately because it is getting rather late. Well, is it getting that late in Europe? I don't know. People are busy. So, this might be the finale. We'll see. Why Dark Elves stronger? Scourger and Chariots are very strong. Malekith is very, very, very good with Soul Stealer to heal him up on top of his dragon. And then those are just the OP things. Dark Elves in general are strong. Besides that, they have Malice as a backup. Good lord, if for some reason Malekith isn't good in a certain matchup. They have good Lords of Magic to put alongside Malice. Shades are strong. Their front line of Bleak Swords and stuff is strong. Black Arc Corsairs are strong. Black Arc Corsair Handbows have been rising in the meta. They have pretty decent cav options. Like, just in general, Dark Elves are very, very strong, yeah. Bumped into Trader on ladder, and that's all he's played. Last I heard, Trader was a Norska main, so. Alright. For this matchup, we have Tomb Kings versus Tzeentch. Double Bone Giant, High Queen Khalida, with nothing except My Will Be Done. And she is on her snake. Then we have a Lich Priest of Light with a Net and Shem's Burning Gaze. Then we have 2 Ushab Great Bows, one of which is the ROR. Very, very strange Doom Kings build. 2 Skeleton Chariots, a front line of Skeleton Warriors, and Spearmen, and we have Zikepragard, Tomb Guard. On the other side for Raced and Tzeentch, we have triple Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, triple Screamers of Tzeentch as well, a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch on a little floaty disc with Blue Fire and Fertile Gateway, and the Chaos Spawn Summon. We have Marauders of Tzeentch across the front line, the Severed Claw, Aspiring Champions, 1 Chosen of Tzeentch with Halberds. Oh, that is very elite. And a Spawn. Double Bone Giant is a questionable pick. It is a questionable pick. It is. But I can maybe see it against Tzeentch. Tzeentch normally brings rather small army sizes, so if you just focus on a lot of sniping potential and just really harassing them as they come up to you, you can do very well. And then also with 2 artillery pieces like this, because these guys they're specialist artillery pieces, they can stop you from having
shield recharging kite problems. You know what I mean? Like where Marauder horsemen run in, they throw, they run away, they run, throw, they run away. The Bone Giants are just like, nope, you're coming over here eventually or you're gonna die. So I could see it. I don't know if it's a good pick. I legitimately have not seen enough Bone Giants in Warhammer 3 to tell you if they are good or bad. The fact that I haven't seen them would make me think that they are bad, but I don't know. So we're gonna find out today. But I can see the idea, you know, just force Tzeentch to not participate in fuckery. I think it's for the Soul Grinders and to punish blue Firecasters. Trader's been enjoying Crushers. A lot of Ogre players have been enjoying Crushers. Oh, green one has very early. Wake up times tomorrow. Alright, the matchup is, by the way, Tomb Kings ban Dwarves and Warriors of Chaos. Raced wins Tzeentch. The next game is Vampire Coast, ban Warriors of Chaos and Wood Elves. What? Warriors of Chaos Empire. I don't know what game 2 Moore is going to play from the copy-paste Race sent me, but I know what their blind picks are and stuff, so we'll see how that goes. So we have a VP game coming up next. And that would be it'll be the first VP game we've seen all day. Bone Giants projectiles have little tracking, so it's not good for sniping. They're really trash. To give you an idea, at max range, Bone Giants are losing versus Cygors. Ooh! Why did someone ban Wood Elves? I don't know, Coops. I don't know why anybody does anything anymore. I just work here. Alright, the Bone Giants are gonna go aim at something. What are they gonna aim at? What are they gonna do? Oh. Little bit of PowerPoint presentation. We will see how it goes. It'll hopefully get better. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah. Raced is trying to approach through this gully, so he takes a little less damage on his way, but it looks like Moore is just going to let him do that and instead take a better position over here, getting a little bit more distance between himself and the gully, and also firing Ushabti Great Bows into these Marauders, which the spread fire should do a lot of damage on that massive cluster. Eh, it's doing alright. It burst down the shields, and then after that it's had a tough time. Bone Giants aiming, everybody's aiming at the Tzeentch caster, even the Ushabti Great Bows with the spread, the Chosen of the Gods. Oof. Swing and a miss, nice dodge there from Raced as all the stuff was coming in. He's like, oh shit, and moved out of the way. And as Mark mentioned, Bone Giants don't have like homing rounds or anything, so once they fire, it's going the direction it's going, and that is that. Here's the next shot. Swing and a miss as Race stops moving, just as it was coming in. Mostly, I would say this is good dodging from the Tzeentch player Raced, rather than like, wow, Bone Giants suck. So far, both times they've shot. He moved. He went from still to moving, and then he went from moving to still. So he's just dodging really well. Blue fire cast onto the Lich Priest of Light. Does a nice bit of poke damage, and now he is netted in place. Bone Giants hit, and second one misses because he was knocked out of the way from the first one. Chosen of the Gods are trying to punish this netted down caster, but they're having a little bit of trouble doing so. The Chosen of the Gods are really good with cavalry and stuff because of their burst, like the way it blows up like that. But it, okay. Alright, okay, alright. It was a nice attempt to land to avoid some of the damage from the net, but he does get smacked in the face by Shun's Burning Gaze and 2 Bone Giant shots, and that is a half-dead Tzeentch Sorcerer who just has to land immediately. And Moore is up 1,600 damage value. That was huge. Bone Giant's doing okay for now. Hey, show me the Bone Giant. 250. Big shots onto the skirmish cav. Boom. And the Bone Giant meta is upon us. They hit a couple shots in a row, and therefore I am calling it, ladies and gentlemen. It's Bone Giant meta. It's it. S tier. Tomb Kings are fucking broken. Nerf, please. As these guys have used a quarter of their ammunition on the nose because they have 20 and they're down to 15, and I can maths like a good boy. Screamers are in position behind the Tomb King's formation, but they are waiting for the rest of the front line to get here. Raced is slowly advancing with his Marauders, and the longer he takes, the more the Bone Giants are going to go pew-pew. Chariots are also rolling dirty. I guess there aren't a lot of cavalry options to stop them from doing so. There is skirmish cav, there are screamers, but they're all behind the, you know, they're way, way far away. So the Chariot's just running and getting some free infantry poke value. Taking about half health off that Marauder, so yeah, good little charge. Though it looks like they didn't. Oh, shields. Yeah, shields don't count for the value. That explains a lot. Screamers trying to just move over the formation, get shot in the face by Ushapti Great Bows and take a lot of damage at it, but they will now dive down onto the Chosen of the Gods, who do need to walk away, and the other Screamers are getting ready, it looks like, to maybe dive the Chariots or rear charge this big blob in the middle of important valued stuff. And I imagine a Chaos Spawn Summon is also coming out soon. So, is this enough for Tzeentch to get where they need to be? Blue Fire Cast onto the Giant does nothing. He doesn't care at all. That guy has 12,000 HP. Very tanky. Again, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is netted. Again, he is getting sniped out. Looks like both Ushapti and the Bone Giants all have orders to take him out. And is there a Chaos Spawn Summon? Yes, they are rising from the depths like the Vampire Coast of old, just to surround the Bone Giants. But do the Bone Giants care? They have guard mode on and they fire. Boom! Huge damage there. If the other one could manage to fire, he would do a lot, but the caster is going to land in an attempt to stay alive. What was that? Something was getting cast there. It's a Shems. Shems gets cast and does not connect. It hits too many things in between it, whether it was Spawn or Ushapti. So the fight is on. One Screamer is demonic instability crumbling away. Another Screamer is still here, and the final Screamer, it looks like, is already dead off in the distance somewhere else. Bone Giant's still harassing this Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch as he tries to get away. And the real Spawn are also piling in, but Marauders are as well, and the Tomb King's frontline is heavily outclassed in general. Only the Kepler Guard or any form of elite, and they are about to get eaten alive by an Infernal Gateway. Is it Overcast? If it's Overcast, it might, like, kill the caster. Okay, it's either not Overcast or he got lucky. Let's find out. That's Overcast. That is for sure Overcast if it's doing that much damage. The Kepler Guard are getting deleted, and Tzeentch is trying to get back in this game. Down 2,500 gold value, though. It is a steep hill to climb. Goodbye, Kepler Guard. Goodbye, Chosen of the Gods as well. It looks like the Skirmish Cav have just been sitting here and firing in on the Chosen of the Gods, who were also surrounded by Chaos Spawn at the time. It also appears the basic Ushapti Great Bow is dead. Nope, they're right there. They're fine. They're just different than I thought. Nice gateway. It was a very good gateway, getting the Kepler Guard down that much health. Now, even if they sit here and heal up for the rest of the game, it's you know, still good damage. Get some other heal cap a little bit. Another net getting cast. Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch is stuck on the ground. I thought of something like a bird, but I couldn't remember the thing, and it doesn't matter because Bone Giants are lining up. And it's a hit! These guys are snipers right now. Now, sure, most of the times they've hit, the target has been netted in place, but they still hit when it counts, which is more than some things can say. Basic Ushapti are trying to get shots off onto this Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch, and they are doing it. He is going down, down, down. 100 HP left on him, 25, and he's going to rout, and I doubt he'll be able to come back with that low of HP. You just have to think that he is gone for good. Ushapti summoned from the Tomb King's army passive is dropping down in the very middle of the formation. Meanwhile, the last of the Screamers are fighting a Bone Giant, but they can't work through its health. That thing has 10,000 health left. Not even maximum. So there's just no hope for the Screamers to kill that thing. And the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch is dead with no caster and a lessened leadership. I do struggle to see how Tzeentch wins this game. While also the Chosen of Tzeentch with halberds beat whatever skeletons they were facing, and they have faded away. Now they are walking forward. Now, that looks bad for Tzeentch. Balance of power looks about even, maybe slightly Tomb King's favored, and I would agree, because I don't know what's going to stop the Chosen of the Gods, or, the Chosen of Tzeentch, or the Severed Claw. I think the Severed Claw of the Chosen of Tzeentch might just grind through this entire game. Ushapti Great Bows will do alright, but they're not the Chosen of the Gods variant. They don't just burst down infantry with their spread shot or anything like that. Kalita is going to roll away from the Doom Bolt, or Bolt of Change, which is just a Doom Bolt but blue. I sensed the glorious presence of Khemri on the battlefield, and I came as soon as I could. What up, Samurai? How you doing? Is the Tomb King's passive still bugged? Nope. Nope, nope. This Ushapti summon is legitimately just gonna die before it even finishes its summon time. That is a testament to the Chosen of Tzeentch and the Aspiring Champions. They are really putting work in. Hi, Hazel Basil. Bone Giant's still firing at the Marauder Horseman cav that the Ushapti peeled off, though I do worry they have been a little distracted from the real threat. The chosen halberds of Tzeentch just marching forward endlessly. I actually think Tzeentch might be favored right now. I am very concerned that these two elite halberd units are just going to kill everything. Mr. Casual Tzeentch followers are well known for their bravery and staying power. Yes, sure. Bone Giant fires. Bone Giant snipes his own skeleton chariot. Whose team are you on, big guy? What the hell is wrong with you? Screamers are fading away, though. Balance power goes a little favor in the Tomb King's favor. They're still up on damage value, and the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are back throwing at the Ushapti once again as the Bone Giant is counterfiring them, doing decent damage, but they are making the Ushapti and the Bone Giants use their ammunition on something that is not chosen. I still think Tzeentch has got it. I think Tzeentch has got it. I don't know what can stop the dreaded Aspired Champion or the fucking chosen of Tzeentch with halberds. Ushapti routes off another Marauder Horseman again. This Marauder Horseman looks like it might be going into melee just for the charged leadership bonus. Yes, it is. Bone Giant smokes another couple Marauder Horsemen. Big charge. Actually, really good damage onto the Ushapti, too. That is some pretty good stuff. Halberd's about to surround them, get them crumbling away, take them out. Bone Giant, 7 shots left over there, 8 on the other side. Big Bone Giant shot might just rout off those Marauder Horsemen, and it almost does. Yes, it does. Goodbye. Ushapti's crumbling a little bit, but if they get near Khalida, they should rally in no time. For now. What is left? Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Spearman, 2 Bone Giants, a Caster, who has to be running out of Winds of Magic by now, and Khalida. Honestly, though, Khalida is still very healthy. If Tomb Kings get rid of the mobile units like Spawn and Cav, they might be able to kite with nets. Maybe. I don't know. Charge leadership bonus was a thing. Yeah, if you're charging something, you get a leadership bonus. Are these guys getting it? Yeah, charging, 15 leadership bonus. You can see it at the top. A little bit of lag. Balance of power comes back towards the middle a little bit. Moore is still up 2.5k, but you have to remember crumbling doesn't count for raced, so he doesn't get any benefits from things crumbling near him. And the last Ushapti is officially gone. Spawn and the Severed Claw. Trying to just ignore the Skeleton Warriors. And a net is cast onto some Chaos Spawn, but the Bone Giant firing at Chaos Spawn that are near Khalida and the other Bone Giant makes me very, very nervous. He's just going to shoot his friends. Those Chosen have tons of HP left. They really do. And the Bone Giants don't have that much ammunition. They have 11 shots between them. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are back one more time. These ones shatter if they break one more time. Like, for sure. I did the math on that one. These Spawn not having the best day. They're down to 4 models. Khalida is charging some other stuff. I say this frequently, but I hope that the Tzeentch army just fights the skeletons to fight what you can, get them crumbling, get them out of here, and then force your opponent to obey the attacking rule. But right now, there, they shattered. Right now, the skeletons are trying to attack, so all the single entities can kite at their leisure. So then at least, like, if you kill the skeletons, you could force Khalida to dive into your halberds while the Bone Giants shoot or something. Shem's Burning Gaze hits Khalida in the back of the head, actually doing pretty good damage to her, which is bad. Your Shems did good damage, which is bad. 1 Bone Giant, 2 shots, very far middle of nowhere. I do think Race is doing well with that. He is focusing on the Giant that has all the ammo. He's just running all of his units after, and he's like, yeah, sure, shoot me in the butt with that one. You'll get 2 shots off, then you're done, kid. Big Bone Giant shot might rout off these Marauders, and with those Marauders running, their other Marauder friends might also go. Khalida gets involved with the Severed Claw and Spawn for a little bit. Then she fucks off. Bone Giant, last shot, make it count. He did not make it count. Last, the Skeleton Spear is still trying to get between all these halberds and the Bone Giant with the ammunition. These Marauders of Tzeentch are finishing off the Skeleton Warriors very, very, very close to actually doing it. Bone Giants lining up a big shot onto the Chosen. Can their shields withstand the damage? Their shields do, in fact, withstand the damage. Another Shem's Burning Gaze taking out another spawn? Maybe. I don't see if anybody died for that or not. Marauders finish off the Skeleton Warriors, but then Khalida finishes them off in a whole circle of finishing. Moore spent the game shooting his own army. He loves shooting his own army. Chosen got their Protoss shield back. Yeah. So it looks like these Chosen of Tzeentch are just going to accept it and fight the Skeleton Spearmen to take care of them, and the Severed Claw plus Chaos Spawn are going to follow the Bone Giant around the field. But remember, like 45 minutes ago when I said I think Tzeentch has got this? Balance of Power is starting to think maybe I was right, because I was. Khalida tries to charge back into the Chosen Halberds, but she stops dead on the approach, and now she is surrounded by extremely elite big boys. It's 26 bonus versus large. She is going to have to get out of there, but if she leaves, then her Skeleton Spearmen are going to die. Everything is going to die. The Bone Giant, with no ammunition, charges in to save his brother, who does have ammunition. The Severed Claw and Chaos Spawn are like, dude, leave us alone. We don't care. Chosen of Tzeentch trying to march after Khalida instead of just fighting the Skelly Spears. Probably just want to fight the Skelly Spears. Looks like the spawn are now focused on stopping the... What the fuck? Oh, okay. I honestly thought that Shems was cast at Khalida, and I was very confused. Anyway, Spawn are just going to annoy this Giant while the Giant tries to ignore them and get a shot off. He's going to hit a cluster of the Severed Claw, which actually could do really good damage, and it does, but it was super risky, because if that hit Khalida, she would probably start crumbling and die. Crumbling and die. Spawner poking this Giant. He has 7 shots left. I don't think that is going to be enough. And again, will these Chosen of Tzeentch with halberds and the Severed Claw please just attack the Skeleton Spearmen and that other Giant instead of taking free damage, please? Somebody kill these Skeleton Spearmen. They're so useful. Alright, Chosen of Tzeentch still chasing around this Bone Giant. Severed Claw is to Marauders, stopping up the other one, but I still would prefer the Marauders attack the Skeleton Spearmen so they can actually do good damage to them and get them crumbling at least, just to take them out. If Khalida is attacking, I think they should probably get the damage on her that they can, and they do. You can see this charge in cost her about 200 health, which at this point is quite worth it. Terror out for the Marauders on the backside. And the Chosen with halberds now getting stuck up in the Skeleton Spearmen, who are in fact crumbling, and if they stay that way, that is very, very good. And the Severed Claw are still marching after the Bone Giant. That's fine. As long as somebody's killing these goddamn Spearmen, that's fine. Couple little mini lag spikes, but then we'll be okay. The Severed Claw might turn around and attack Khalida here. It looks like they will. She charges in. She had, what, 1,642 HP. Boom! Gets chopped down about 150 for her troubles. Now she's charging back towards Chosen of Tzeentch, which if they have attack orders onto her, let's see how much she takes. Takes about 100 already. 200, 300. Huge damage onto Khalida, and that is exactly why I want the Skeleton Spears to be gone, because then someone has to fight you, and they will take all the damage doing so. Which Priest of Light has charged in as well. I imagine he's almost out of Winds of Magic at this point, considering how long the game has gone and how much he's been casting nets and Shrimps Burning Gaze and such. And Khalida is back. Do the Chosen get attacks off on her? 1,100 HP for her charging in. Her Snake takes her in even deeper, which probably did not want to be there at all. The Skeleton Spearmen finally die, and Khalida has taken so much damage. Another 250 off of her. And yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Because now you just get to fight. And when you get to fight, you get to win. Boom. Khalida is dead, down and out. No shot she escapes this with positive leadership. No way. 1. Encouraged by nearby friendly unit. There it is. She's crumbling. And she is so low, and she just started crumbling. There's, like, no way she rallies, right? Come on. Yep. So Khalida's gone. The Severed Claw finally catch up with the Bone Giant, who are turning around to fire at the Chosen, and it misses a cluster? No, it hits one guy. It hit one guy. Now the Chosen are feeling the hurt, and they're very clumped up. If this giant can get another shot off and it can hit dead center of mass, maybe it can do something. Boom! Gigantic damage value onto those Chosen, but will it be enough as he starts to crumble? Can he get one more shot off before the Severed Claw take him out? And even then, even if you route the Chosen, who routes the Severed Claw? I do not know. He's pulling out his bow. He's going for one more. There it is. He hits his own Bone Giant somehow manages to still hit his only friend in the entire universe as he goes down. That was his last shot, and his last shot was friendly fire because this Bone Giant took his toaster strudel and he was not about to let it go. And there we are. Bone Giants. Kalita almost 1,000 value. She struggled. Shem's caster 500 value. Those nets were priceless. Bone Giants about 1,400 apiece. I don't know how much they cost. I think they're 1,600. So I don't think they paid for themselves even with all of that. But they were really nice to force the Tzeentch caster in, and they did get Lord and caster off the field. So I think the Bone Giants overall did well. Doesn't mean that they're the best unit in the world, but they did well here. Ushapti Grapos did fine. Skeletons and Keppergar did okay. Tzeentch caster did well, despite the fact that he got sniped instantaneously. Both the elite halberd units did great. Spawn and Screamers did fine. Excuse me. Marauder Horseman Tzeentch did fine. And Mirage did okay, and I got the hiccups. Take dog out now? Yeah, I should do that. She's napping, but she needs to go out. Alright, Raced is up 1-0. I'm going to take the pup out. BOB. Come on, pup. I'm back. Grace is home. He was a dwarf in a previous life. Had a grudge against the other. It's freezing here. How horrid is the weather in fake Canada? It's pretty cold. Yeah, below freezing. It has honestly been a mild winter so far, though, as far as Minnesota goes. It's been just around freezing. So we get snow, but then it like slowly melts off, and then we get more snow. It's been a chill winter. Oh, Dwarves Vampire Coast. Okay. That's fine. I think it's coast favored by a bit, but not unwinnable for the Dwarves. We've seen Dwarves pull some shenanigans. If Raced manages to win this one, he will go to the finals, which will have to be played tomorrow, and cast at a later date. Or if Moore wins it, we go to game 3. -5 Celsius or -20? So the worst weather around freezing. Yeah. So if you're doing Celsius right now, like the past month or in Minnesota has been somewhere around like -4 to +2. Loopy in Paris? Paris? What a gross city. What a gross city with no history or interesting cultural monuments. Paris sounds boring as hell. You know what town is the shit? Bumfuck nowhere, Nevada. Yeah. That's a pretty cool town. A lot of cool cultural landmarks. They're probably going to claim they have the world's biggest something, and then it's pretty meh. How is it here in far... How is it there in far West Africa? How is South Africa, Mr. Casual? Cold snaps happening, it's going to be -5. That sounds gross. Though that do be winter for you. Human Boy would want to go to Skavenblight if it was a real city. I would. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. I would probably get robbed and stabbed and left to bleed out in a pile of feces, but sure, it'd be fun. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Chaz. Paris is horrible. Just a lot of street merchants and full of French people. You don't have water and power half the day, so it's great. Oh, because of the stuff. What's going on? Like, is it heat related, or why do you have to moderate your power and stuff to save the grid? Why would they leave perfectly good meat behind? You win this round on username. I have no rebuttal to that, and you are correct. Hey, I hope you have been good. Chaz, I've been alright. I've been decidedly alright. Not great. Not bad. Just middle. Skavenblight sounds like San Francisco. I mean... On the scale of wrong to not wrong, you're not wrong. On the scale of wrong to right... You're not wrong. You're right. You're right. It's Gameplay. It's just San Francisco. I've never been to San Fran. I've never been to Los Angeles. I've never been to New York. But out of the 3 like mega cities of the US, I think... Oh God. I don't really want to visit any of them, but I'd probably visit San Fran. I don't understand, and I have not been to New York, right? I admit complete ignorance, but I don't understand the appeal of it. Like, some people are like, "Oh, we should go to New York. It's so cool," and they're like, it just, from what I've seen and what I've heard, it just sounds tall, expensive, and busy. But like, what is there to do there? You know, like, if you go downtown New York, you get out of the cab, you do the little dance they do in all the movies. That's great, but then like, what do you do? And I just, like, as an outsider looking in, I'm like, nothing. You shop. You shop, and then you go to a very expensive restaurant for no reason, and you spend most of your time either walking or being stuck in traffic to get to the next shop or expensive restaurant. And that is it. But that is an entirely outsider, never been there. Like, that's what I feel. So has anyone in chat been to New York? And if so, even if you didn't like it, even if you did not like New York, if you have been there, put on your devil's advocate hat now and just, like, give me the sales pitch on why I should want to go to New York City. Fuck it. Even if you haven't been to New York City, you just want to make shit up, sales pitch me right now on why I should go. Do it. Loopy's already in the lead, and he said this before I did it, but he said, because New York has big rats, and I mean, I guess that is a reason to go, Loopy. You're already winning in the contest I just started. You've been to San Fran and LA. I love the LA at least, but I don't feel like a ton of dry ads and needles and everything's filthy there. Based. Has cool little trash mountains on every corner. True. Free food. I like that. Let's go to the best US city I've been to, Las Vegas. All right. I saw a movie with New York. The Avengers and Doctor Strange live there. The Avengers and Doctor Strange live there is definitely the best. Or Colorado Springs and Tampa. I have been to Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs was nice. I went to Orlando, Florida when I was like a little kid, but I don't remember a lot about it. Visited New York in high school, originally from Chicago. Both are shit, but Chicago pizza is better. All right, Boojilicious coming in with the hot take of New York has shit pizza as a reason for me to want to visit. I like it. I like it. Booj, you are officially in third behind Loopy and Loopy 2. I prefer it being in South Utah over most of the cities. What's in Utah? I mean, just skiing? Yeah, because that's still in the mountains, right? San Francisco was the worst one. I haven't been to any of the main three, so I don't know. Portland was depressing. I haven't been to Portland. I have been to Seattle. Seattle's all right. It's all right. I like the hiking around Seattle. The mountains are beautiful. The parks are beautiful. Everything up there is great. But, like, the city of Seattle itself, it was fine. No complaints. New York City has some crazy good restaurants, but yes, they're all very overpriced. There's a lot of events constantly, but again, crazy money. South Utah has amazing natural parks. All right. Park's good. I am not much of a city dweller, though. That is fair. Because I didn't club much or do anything. Like, my college experience was playing League of Legends and going to school, doing my homework, studying for tests and shit, and then playing more League of Legends. I wasn't a big partier. I played a lot of board games with my friends, but it's just like, I'm not a go out and club kind of guy. And then I got older and, like, outside of college, when I was dating Grace, we went to some bars, like, occasionally and, like, danced a little bit and stuff, but it's not something I would choose to do on my own. It's like, if someone I know wants to go do that stuff, I'll go do it, but it's not something I seek out. So I guess, like, when I'm thinking about big cities, it's like half of the things that are attractive about a city are just things that I don't usually enjoy, which is personal preference. But I do like hiking, biking, running, and for those things, Seattle was great because then all the trails were incredible and you had mountain views everywhere and it was just great. But that's not like something the city of Seattle did. Whenever we went downtown with Grace's sister and stuff, it was just shops. And that is one thing, coming from Minnesota, man, going to a big city, the shops are nuts. Like, not like the main shops, like the M&M store, but like if you go to a farmer's market in a big city versus a farmer's market in Rochester, Minnesota, or Mankato, where I grew up, there's a lot of really cool stuff there. Like, artists will show up, not just farmers. Like, farmers will show up with their products too, right? But then you also get local painters and sculptors and potters and all these things. You can get really cool shit. So that I will say about cities is nice. It's just being near other people, because usually, like, craftsmen and artists flock to cities, so then you also can experience their goods. So that is a huge buff for cities, and I imagine New York probably has a lot of artists around it. New York City has a lot of downsides. It sounds like you don't exactly like any of the upsides. More drinking in my study room, association, house parties with friends. M&Ms are pretty great. M&Ms are great, but I can get them in a grocery store. Yeah. Upstate New York sounds more my jam. Upstate New York, I've seen some pretty nice pictures. All right, armies are mostly set up. I can talk about them without them moving around too much. And just as I say that, they move around. For Moore and the dwarves, we have 2 slayers in the back, the dragback slayers being a third. We also have the peak 8-guard hammerers with their magic damage and sundered armor. They also have a little bit of spell resist, but they are here in case of sirens, and they actually do quite well against crabs as well. So sirens and crabs to function. We have 2 cannons to force the coast forward, 5 rangers, and 4 dwarf warriors in the front line. No miners or blasting charges, interestingly enough. And we do have Thoric Ironbrow with Rune of Doom, Rune of Wrath and Ruin, and Rune of Slowness. He is up on his anvil. On the other side, for the coast, we have 2 Digodagos. We have 2 deck gunners. We have 2 animated hulks, triple depth guard, triple bomber mobs, a whole bunch of sword mobs, and then we have 1 pole arm in the back. Yeah, some stuff's moving around, so I'm just making sure I'm not losing track of anything. This is just a dog. And then we have Noctilus. Noctilus with no summon, interestingly enough. I mean, he has his bound summon, but he didn't take the Drowned Dead. He took Pit of Shades, Invocation in the Heck, and Wraithstorm. I like that a lot. I like that. I don't know how useful the Vampire Coast summons are in this matchup, so might as well just take the bad ones, but... Upstate New York is cool. The X-Men live there. Loopy's on top of this. He's got the comic book knowledge down. Not every grocery store has the pretzel M&Ms, and those are definitely the best. Boojalicious! You're right. But the Hy-Vee I live next to recently, like, upgraded their candy department, so they have a bunch of weird candies around, and they have, like, a section with all the M&M flavors, so... I am spoiled rotten, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Something that used to be dodged. Minus Bias Charger seems like a good pick versus Depth Guard and Bombers. I would agree. That's why I usually see them in every Dwarf build, but Moore just took Kalita and Double Bone Giant. So clearly, this man built different. And I will say, if Moore gets to the finals against Green One, you're going to have some very strange builds. Because Green One also, if you remember, has really fucking strange builds. The slideshow has begun. Deck Gunner's taking some decent damage from the cannons. They will need to try and get up and in range, but Moore is not really allowing that to happen because he is moving his front line so far forward that to get in range of the cannons, you would be in range of the Rangers, and the Rangers would kill you rather swiftly. Scurvy Dogs are advancing, but there's a lot of Slayers to catch them. The only thing I'm worried about is that the peak 8 guard being so far from the front line might mean they show up to the fight when it's already over one way or the other. Any infantry dies, horrible deaths to blast charges unless you have 100 plus armor. Yeah, it's true. First of the Roth's Moondial summons comes out onto some random Rangers just to keep them in place. And meanwhile, the Deck Gunners are getting shot by cannons. What are they going to fire at with their limited time on this Earth? Ooh, this one turning sideways while he's running is fine, but like, if a cannonball shot came down there, it could like literally delete the unit. Scurvy Dogs sneak their way around Slayers, but Moores is on top of it. He is just going to run over, quickly surround them, deal with them there, and the other Scurvy Dogs are pushing up between two units of Slayers. Does Moore see it? Looks like he does not see it in time, and that cannon might be doomed, because they're hitting from the back, which means they'll actually attack the proper dwarves. But Moore immediately dismounts the cannon, starts running back for his own troops. That can buy him a little bit of time, but you can see how quickly that cannon is just dying outright. Rangers have all turned back and are firing on the dogs, which is fine. Yeah, it's fine. You're not shooting the front line, though. It's a little scary. Coasts are off to an early lead in this game, I would think. I mean, dwarves are up on damage value, but if you actually just look at like what's happening, it really feels like the Coasts are doing well. Race Dog Micro is nice. They are taking a lot of damage from the Rangers, but I mean, like, what are you going to do when 5 archers turn around just to deal with you? Not a lot. And it is allowing the bombers to move up uncontested. Noctilus is sprinting for Thoric. He wants to duel him with his anti-large armor piercing and pretty high melee defense. He thinks he can do good work against the runesmith of all runesmiths. Scurvy Dog's waiting to swoop back in on these cannons, and swoop back in they shall. Meanwhile, the depth guard, some of the undead advance has been a little delayed due to the dog micro, I would think. And that could be a pretty big pit of shades. Is it overcast? Let's see if it's overcast. That looks undercast to me. It's hard to tell, though, because dwarves do have a little bit of spell resist, don't they? 35%. Now, that could be overcast with 35% spell resist. Yeah, I think it is. So, good pit of shades. I mean, a half health, 3 units. Very, very nice. Dogs dive in again. Those ones that were already crumbling, they just dive in until they disintegrate because they want to do a little bit more damage and harass the cannons. And these dogs can swoop over and finish off that other cannon for good. Noctilus is dueling Thoric, but without any support, Thoric would honestly probably still beat Noctilus just because of how many buffs he gets while he's up on his Anvil of Doom. How are Deck Gunner friends doing? It looks like this one fell out of range for a little bit, but he's moving up now. Animated Hulks and Bombers still trying to advance forward. It looks like these guys took a nasty Bomber volley while being Pit of Shades. That will rout all 3 of them off, and dogs are nearby. They could continue chasing these units, but maybe finish off the cannon? Maybe. How far away is that cannon from their mount? Quite far, so you have some time, I guess. And Scurvy Dog's pinning in these Rangers. Rangers are not Quarrelers. Quarrelers have massive armor, so the Rangers can actually get torn apart by dogs pretty alright, which will force them off, and that'll be a huge rout for the Coast. Coast's still down about 2-1 in damage value, but it feels like the game is going very much their way. Cannons are back online, but they are now in the range of the deck gunners. So it looks like the deck gunners are counter-firing. Oh, deck gunners are shooting at the P-gate guard, which is still like a good target, but I would prefer that they take out the cannons, secure their own ranged position, finish them off, and then you can focus on the hammers at your leisure, but it's fine. Alright, another summon is out from the coast, mucking up 2 different rangers, and we do have a bomber currently shooting at the P-gate guard. Plus 2 deck gunners, so those P-gate guard are going to have a bad time. Dwarves are behind on the balance of power, still up on the damage value, as depth guard have joined the fight. It looks like these ones are chasing I don't know what. There's a couple models in there that they're trying to chase, but it's just distracting the whole unit. It's a little bit of unfortunate target priority there. From the unit, it's not like Braced's fault that his unit decided to protect these like couple dwarves you can see in there versus, you know, the whole rest of the unit running elsewhere. Thoric getting hit in the back of the head with the Wraith Storm, doing decent damage to him as Noctilus keeps trying to keep the duel going. Because while he isn't exactly winning it right now, he does have healing and Thoric does not. Depth Guard mulching through everything they come across. Slayers cannot hold them off very well at all. We have one healthy one there, one healthy one there. Where's the middle one? There's a middle Depth Guard. Where did he go? There he is. He's over here trying to chase down Slayers, and the Slayers are going to sweep through, like, pseudo-cavalry pieces and probably kill both of the deck gunners, honestly. But then they won't have a lot of great targets. Depth Guard and Dogs trying to keep this backline routing wherever it is, and this summon is going to walk over to the cannons, but I honestly don't even know if they'll route off the cannons. Big Pit of Shades from Noctilus. Is it Overcast? Don't know, but he did take some damage from being right next to Thoric. Pit of Shades does hit all of those units. Bombers are nearby, able to throw in if they can, and these deck gunners, I don't know what they're aiming at, but probably should aim at the cannons. More zombies. This one not a summon. Walks towards the cannon. The animated Hulks and Depth Guard did catch ranges, but overall, dwarves are just being forced to run in every direction. I don't think they have what it takes to win this game. Since I missed it, how did the Tomb King with the Double Giant versus Zinch matchup go? It was very close, but Zinch did end up winning it. Deck gunners are firing at something. Looks like they're firing at Thoric with their last moments of life, but as you mentioned, the Slayers are just going to run over here and finish them off, as predicted. Last of the Bombers are getting killed by the Dragonback Slayers, but just look at how many dwarves are left, man. Almost dead, almost dead. Full health Slayer, dead, dead, dead. 2 archers, one running a little low on ammo, the other running low on health. Another Slayer that's currently getting the brakes beaten off it by a Depth Guard. I don't see it. I don't see it! Did the Giants kill anything? They killed some stuff. Yeah. Giants did alright. They did alright. Looks like dogs aren't going to bother chasing off those Dwarf Warriors. Instead, just want to come over here and route the cannon crews and Rangers that they view as much higher priority. Rangers poking down animated Hulks, doing decent damage. But they're only a 500 gold unit, which is why animated Hulks are generally considered so strong. It's not like they do anything crazy in the game, but they're only 500 gold for what they do. Dogs are here, dogs are charging. And dogs are munching. Yum, 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 yum. Shattered Rangers, other Rangers route. And these Rangers are about to get pinned in from 3 sides. And that is it. That'll be Race going 2-0 to the finals against Green 1 tomorrow. Probably. No blasting charges mean the Depth Guard get to Morb all over the Dowie. It is Morbin time. What do you mean, and one giant killed the other one? Oh, with his final shot in the game, a dying giant hit the other giant instead of the Zinch infantry because reasons. It was just funny. Yeah. It was just funny. It didn't actually change how the game was going to go. I don't think Thoric can beat 2 full health Depth Guard and a half, 2/3 health Depth Guard with plenty of healing left to go. I don't think he's that strong. This is a Pit of Shades angle for sure. Why else would Noctilus be walking away? Bit of shades? Bit of shades? Not ready yet. Damn. Coast is regrouping. Dwarves are regrouping. Look at all these guys. Fresh as a daisy from standing next to Thoric. PK guard just uses backline defender instead of the 2 Slayers and 2 Cannons. Yeah, PK guard would do well against the depth guard, but they're way too dead now. They don't have anything left in them. Depth guard just collide with these dwarf warriors, and they challenge anyone to come fight them. Thoric is walking forward. I haven't really noticed any runes of doom or anything. What the hell was that? If they're casting, wow. Even works on like abilities. Because Noctilus took the casting damage for the Wraithstorm, which isn't even like a spell. Dwarf warriors are routing. Slayers are here with the Rune of Doom popped. That does not give them any melee defense, so the Depth Guard will still just mulch through them like there's no tomorrow. More Depth Guard are closing in. Army losses hasn't hit for some godforsaken reason. And Noctilus is standing around, enjoying his day. Dragonback Slayers, 52 models with only 1,300 HP are charging into Depth Guard. I expect to see that number rapidly trend downward. A double overcast on Noctilus, 1 from standing next to Thoric, 1 from the Invocation in the Heck. Takes him down, but he will heal cap here pretty soon. And Thoric throws out a Rune of Wrath and Ruin onto some scurvy dogs, but it looks like it's not even going to hit that many of them. Because it was trying not to hurt the Dwarf Warriors. But the Dwarf Warriors will rout as they're surrounded by dogs. PK Guard are going to rout as they're surrounded by other stuff. And Thoric's going to rout because everything else is routing. It's what the cool kids are going to do. Dragonback Slayers and the basic Slayers will meet to their end. And that'll be a G. G. All right, done and done. 2,500 value on Thoric, 900 on the Hammers. Slayers, pretty mixed, but overall good. Cannons, mixed, but they were pressure piece. Rangers, not great. They had to run away from stuff most of the game, and Dwarf Warriors were not enough to hold the front line. On the other side for the coast, Noctilus did all right. Depth Guard did great, considering they were all very healthy at the end of the game. Deck Gunners got focused down pretty heavily. Dogs did mixed, but overall well. Animated Hulks did mixed, but overall well. Bombers did great. And zombie frontline, zombie frontline. There we go. GG. Well played. That'll be it for the stream today. I do have to get going. I'm going to make Christmas cookies with, well, I don't know if Grace is going to help or not, but I'm going to make Christmas cookies today, so fuck it. We'll see if she feels like it, or if she just wants to chill for her Sunday before she just go back to work. Goodbye, everybody. How did the cannons do? 500 and 200, so meh. But they were harassed by dogs like all game. Grace was all over him. Okay, goodbye.